Yeah.
With all that we have given them, we
Stanley
should own perhaps at least one half of this
book
asset.
smart,
The
street
revenues
friendly,
generated because of the.
Coors Light philosopher.
And it's not it, just take out the Obama race part. Why the fuck is the president of the United States boosting cartoons?
Stanley walked tall with a paperback brain. Quotes
Well,
big
He saw
books
it.
I don't know what
full
it was,
in the
but
rain.
the thing is
Talking a
that
plastic crowd.
if you
Street
ever
said,
go and
prove
you
it,
kind of
he
read
looked
these
back
people's
down, thinking
biographies,
his head, fearing his shoes, library brave.
whew, the MAGA blacks, you get a bunch of MAGA blacks. That's what you get out of it, President.
Oh, I'm
You
Stanley
get
Cross,
MAGA
and my
blacks
life is
who will
doomed.
they
I'm
will,
a drunk old man with a head shaped like a shroom.
and then the other thing we've forgotten is brevity. That's the main lesson I learned today, and I know.
I'm Stanley, bitch.
I owe you, the listener, the viewer, my honesty. I'm tired. Not just tired, I'm exhausted. I know what burnout feels like, and I can see it on the horizon if I keep doing things the way that I am right now. If you've been subscribed to On Offense since the beginning, you know I've been trying to keep pace with a weekly release schedule, and you also know I've missed more than a few of those weeks this year. As a new dad, someone running a couple of nonprofits, a couple of companies, trying to keep up with short form content production, writing, planning concerts and fundraisers, attending conferences, and everything else that comes with this work, it's been a lot. So here's the bad news. I'm not going to be publishing weekly episodes for a while. Moving forward, I plan to release episodes every 2 weeks. Now, this is a little inside baseball, but I want you to understand the stakes. The algorithms are going to punish me for producing fewer episodes and fewer clips. Podcasts that don't maintain a high publishing velocity generally don't get rewarded with new audiences. The show is almost certainly going to grow much more slowly as a result. But it's a trade-off that I have to make. Now, for the good news, I'm not stepping back because I'm burnt out. I'm doing it because I have a few really big projects on my plate that are important to me, and I think they're going to be important to you. First, with Valor Media Network, I'm producing a slate of new podcasts by some of my favorite anti-fascist veterans. You can check out the first of those new shows right now, Danger Close with Matt Gordon. Yes, that Matt Gordon, USMC Angry Veteran, who joined me back in episode 13. The next show we'll be releasing just a few weeks from now.
Everybody, welcome to Stanley versus the World. I guess I'll skip this ahead a little bit. We are going to talk about Matt Walsh today. And this is a contribution that Speak Radio made. And by the way, I meant to put this up while the show was starting. I want to thank all the sponsors for the Saturday show. I basically got tired. 12 Man just fucking exhausted me. And, I was just like, you know what? I'm done for the night. So thank you to Brooklyn Watson, the CKJ3, Dirty Dude, and 12th Man for sponsoring the Saturday show yesterday. And then let's thank the executive producers, Brooklyn Watson, the CKJ3, Lupin Reiging, and Speak Radio. So about today's show, I was on the fence about even doing a show, but I really didn't get around to talking about Matt Walsh's video he did fairly recently, quote, debunking the Emmett Till stuff. And I listened to it because I wanted to listen to it, and then I wanted to do a little research on it. It amazes me how people move goalposts and make basically straw man arguments There'll be related arguments, but not quite the argument. Somehow or another, they'll sidestep the crime and figure out a way to blame the victim. They've done it with a lot of these different, everything from Ahmaud Arbery to Trayvon Martin. They always go and look at the victim's background and find a way to blame the victim. So Matt Walsh does this with Emmett Till, and it's almost disgusting. It's like, dude, I'll get to it, but before we get to it, I want to watch this talk with Ted Sturmer, who just released his book, and I bought the book, but I haven't had a chance to read it yet. It's called A Resistance History of America. And I actually am a member of his channel. He does some pretty good stuff. He's a public historian. So it's a little bit different than like a regular historian. The way he presents history is more for public consumption. But anyway, he'll get into it, I'm sure. I will post the link shortly. And everyone, make sure you hit the like button. If you are new to the channel, please make sure you subscribe to it and like the show. If you hear this on a replay, please subscribe, like, and share it if you must. And after we're done with Matt Walsh, if there's time, there's something that Dawn sent me. We're going to revisit Joy DeGroy, a lecture she gave. So that's kind of the agenda. It's not going to be a super long show as far as I know, but I'm often wrong when I say it's going to be a short show. They wind up being really long. So here we are. Oh, and by the way, EKJ3, I won't be talking that much about Nightish's show. It was just more for kicks. I had some extra time, while the bread was rising. Nightish has just turned that. He's just gone a direction that I never expected him to go. And for some reason or another, Nitish seems to think I have a problem with him. He has the beef. I don't give a fuck. And yeah, he's just another chat that I go in and troll every now and again. He's making it a bigger deal than it is. He owns me. Dude, that's some Ryan Bardwell talk that he owns me. He's turning weird. But let's get to this.
Ted Sturmer, first guest, back again. Historian, Army veteran, just published your book, Resistance History of the United States, this week. Congratulations. Last time that we spoke and that my audience got to hear from you, you had literally just put down the pen. You had just finished writing. Now your baby is out in the world. What is it that you are hoping to tell people with this book? What are you looking to do this summer to help people understand about the American history of resistance and how it applies to what we're living through today?
Well, I'm not looking to tell people anything. I'm looking to get people to start having a conversation. I want people to start asking questions about where we came from, how we got here, and why our political world right now looks the way it does, and why there are frustrations with how it is not being resolved, whether it doesn't seem to be a path forward that will result in kind of an immediate change, is working the way it is. And to then talk about, okay, well, since that's the case, what really is the next step? The fact that there is a history behind this that we can talk about, and that's kind of where I think the book sits. Here's our history behind what resistance has meant in the United States, but also what has kept American resistance from taking the next step, from operating at scale, from making structural change, which means we have to keep fighting these fights. So it's really about, it's almost an exercise in pattern recognition over the next couple of months, so that people can see how we got to where they are, how they sit in that dynamic, and therefore what they can then do about it.
So last episode we kicked off talking about your favorite historian, Ken Burns. As I was reading your book, I was thinking about John Meacham, who you write about as kind of a pacifier, as someone who's stood by us and kind of as a historian basically told us it'll all work itself out because this is what the founders intended and they gave us the tools. I used to be a pretty frequent guest on MSNBC. That hasn't been the case the last couple of years, but I'm thinking about all of those times where I've listened to Meacham do just that. Before January 6th, after January 6th, basically pacifying us and not demanding any reforms. How is it that a constitutional amendment, which you write about in your conclusion and epilogue, how is it that a constitutional amendment can fix some of the things that we have seen, like the Voting Rights Act, Civil Rights Act, the Dobbs decision ending the right to an abortion? How is it that constitutional amendments fix what John Meacham says is not broken?
It doesn't. A constitutional amendment, that kind of structural change, that can fix how power works and how it impacts people and what people can do through the permitted channels. It changes the permitted channels. It enables people to identify their rights, protect their rights, and not have to go outside of them to force change. But what that doesn't do is break down the pacifying effect, right? The pacifying effect doesn't come from the Constitution. It comes from the political culture. And it comes from these chilling effects that are particular political culture. And this is one reason why resistance efforts in other places aren't an easy fit. You can't teleport something that happened in Hungary into the United States. We literally play by different rules. And so what Meacham does, and you're, again, a pacifier is the absolute best way to put it, because it's also shockingly dangerous, because it fits in with these narratives we have built up in American political culture that says exactly that. You don't need to change. You can just wait. Everything will be okay, because it always has been for people who look, walk, and talk just like John Meacham. Of course, he will say they're fine. They will be fine for people like him. For everybody else, you can wait. You can hope. The system will adapt over time because it is fundamentally good. It is fundamentally sound. All of the systems that the founders set up to address your grievances, you can be happy with the way those will be managed, even if you fail, because it's the best system on the planet. That's structural without being governmental, right? That's structural in our culture to say that you can wait, have faith in the founders that it will work out. That is shockingly conservative and shockingly dangerous. So a constitutional amendment can address the political, the legal, even the judicial structures that of the way power is managed and the way that you can address changes to it. But what you can't do with that is address the huge narrative problem that we have, which is all of these people, and John Meacham sort of is an acolyte of this, telling you that everything will be fine because the founders got it right in all respects the first time. And everybody since has kind of been in service to their vision, when the reality is an inversion of that. And that's what people need to recognize. And that's the conversation when we talk about MSNBC and your work, is that's the conversation nobody wants to have. That is the most difficult conversation that I have with anybody, because nobody really wants to have that conversation.
Mm-hmm. Last time that we talked, the No Kings protests had kind of become a big thing. On the left, people were very excited, seeing millions and millions of people. Every time that there was a No Kings protest, it got bigger and bigger. Have you seen any fundamental changes in this large protest movement since it began, since you finished your book, or is it still the same? Do you still have the same criticisms of No Kings being a big day where we have a burst of energy, no clear demands, no clear action after, and things fizzle out?
Well, I think that the biggest change is that I think their merchandising has gotten better. They've definitely improved that. They've improved their messaging and their merchandising. The function of them hasn't changed remotely. It wasn't doing anything in the first place. It was organizing for, I suppose, for the Democratic Party and kind of allied organizations, but as a function of protest. It wasn't functional then. It's not functional now. But what it does, relating to what our conversation about Meacham, it provides this chilling effect and we talked about this last time, that it provides you a pacifier for believing that you were engaging in protest, in opposition. It releases the pressure, it releases the steam, and then you can go back to your daily life. And this is one of the conversations that it's useful to have this summer with the book. And it's one of the things that I hope people get out of the book is understanding resistance as a process. It's not sort of one thing. You have to understand how resistance works and how it has worked in our history to see, well, what role does protest play, and therefore what function does something like No Kings have to do for it to be any part of protest at all, any part of a process that will get you to the point where you are pushing back against abusive authority, rather than enabling it, reinforcing it by just providing an outlet for the energy of people who want to oppose and think they're doing it, but it gets misdirected, it gets co-opted by groups like groups like No King. I think it's shocking.
This summer is the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. We've got things like the Heritage Foundation funding buses going around and telling their version of history, what you call the patriot myth. Why is it important for people to understand the duality of, if you would even call it a duality of a figure like George Washington, who spent much of his life chasing down a slave that had freed herself from his grasp and hid for over 50 years? How is it that we as Americans can better understand what we're all capable of if we understand the lack of perfection among?
Well, let me tell you, and we'll see how Ted Sturmer responds. But the bottom line is we need to stop pretending that there is a duality. Okay, these are actual human beings back in their day. There is no duality. George Washington he won the American Revolution, and he hunted a slave from the president's desk when that desk was in Philadelphia. There is no duality. It's one guy. Let's start actually treating the founders like human beings rather than supernatural or superheroes.
Among figures like Washington?
I think it's by ignoring figures like Washington. I think that the fundamental question we had to have, and we're not having this year, whether it's about Washington or whether it's about the Declaration of Independence, is whether it matters. And this is my point, is that by focusing on that document or by focusing on Washington, we're really centering the war. Right, we're centering what happens in independence with independence in 1776. A big deal, achieve some things. The achievement of independence, the fact of it, different from the Declaration. Right, what happens on July 2nd, 1776, is somewhat different than what happens on July 4th. And for centering Washington, not really part of the Patriot Resistance Movement. He is really a symbol of the war and what comes out of the war. Those are different things when it comes to the American Revolution and the kind of things that you're talking about. If we want to understand what the Patriot Resistance Movement was for individual rights and what that meant in pushing back against the abusive authority of the British government, what that took, what that looked like, what that meant, then that's a separate conversation about separate people. And which gets into these questions about who we think Americans are, who gets left out, what are the ideas that are in fact activating whatever the people think that we are. That is a separate conversation about ideas that gets not just hijacked, but it gets pushed out of the way by an insistence on focusing on leaders who are really a product of the war. And people have flattened our understanding of what the American founding was by flattening the patriot resistance before the war and the war itself, and then the whole framing of the Constitution into one glorious event that naturally follows one thing upon the other. When, even as Adams pointed out, these things have very little to do with one another. They're related, but they're not necessarily, they don't necessarily follow. And so you need to understand these kind of questions about who we are, who we can be, by actually focusing on the revolution, of which the war is not even the most important part. And so when we focus on Washington, that is in itself a misdirection, because then we're saying, okay, well, there is this focal point of authority that rests in Washington inherently, and we can see America through him, rather than seeing him somewhat peripheral to what the American Revolution was, part of the achievement of kind of the war and the nation state that emerges from the war. Even in that, you're following it down a different channel, so that you can get a conversation about how he is out of step with what we think that war should have been about, particularly with how he and the best example is how he deals with Oni Judge, how he weaponizes and abuses his office in the federal government to go after Ona, which I think is one of the important points of that chapter. To go ahead and abuse that authority on his own. Why? Because that's in fact who he is. That's who that part of the founders were. It's not anything that in fact needs to be explained to them. I don't think it's terribly complicated by these people who exploited other people throughout their lives, were just continue to do so. It's part of their worldview. But our confusion is aligning Washington with what we think America is and can be. And so when you have the Heritage Foundation going around insisting that America is those people, that's where we start losing the fight, because we have to get on those terms. We have to get on that turf. We have to start debating Washington. If you want to talk about the American nation state and how the presidency evolves, even kind of his role in the Constitution, which isn't great. If you want to talk about those questions of authority, that's separate, I think, to the bigger questions that Americans say they want to have about, well, what does the 250th mean? What is America at this point? What did it take to get to independence? What were the grievances? What were the goals? We can't have that conversation if you're immediately talking about Washington, who never thought about that stuff in his life before he got to the presidency. Even after that, he thought about those in his own terms. So I think that where we are hamstrung in this, Chris, is that the terms of the debate have already been set into a conversation that keeps us from discussing the actual ideas that informed the American Revolution. We can't even get to it.
I don't remember the exact phrasing that you used, but you described how the Underground Railroad has been taught to us as kind of like a charity function, rather than a highly
Yeah, this is something that, as a matter of fact, 12th Man is in the chat, the bullshit about, well, the Underground Railroad existed because of white people. Might want to check that. At best, it was a mutual thing. It was blacks and whites in the North. Once again, the way we get taught American history is very white centric. If it's a white man's country, then why the fuck is this country so fucked up? Or the alternative is, let's not center whiteness and work together to fix shit. So they have done, race in America has done a doozy on white America in particular. When I say race and racism is a white people problem, I mean exactly that. If it's a white man's country, then white people need to fix their shit.
Sophisticated underground criminal ring, which it was at the time. Is it possible for us to help? Can we reform like the way that kids are taught this stuff, or are these ideas too complex for a child? Like you learn about the Underground Railroad, I would guess, if in like fourth or fifth grade. Can a fourth or fifth grader understand these complexities, or do we need to wait until adulthood to explain these concepts? Because I think that part of the patriot myth that you're talking about is it's indoctrinated in us in childhood.
Mhm.
But I wonder if we're mature enough at that age, and I feel like we're not, to understand those complexities. Like, can we teach kids about the righteousness of an underground criminal ring?
I think so. It's a good question. I think so. I think so because all resistance networks, all the things that you resist for, they're all personal and they're all local at the start. And I think if there is anything that fourth and fifth graders can understand is what you do on the playground, what you do with your friends in a classroom, what you do with your friends at lunch, the kind of things that you share, the kind of things that you kind of can band together about. And to me, that fundamental functional building block is what something that resistance networks like the Underground Railroad that are sophisticated in terms of their scale and their scope, but not sophisticated in terms of the basis of what it is they're doing. They are people organized locally who have the same values, who want to go, who don't care. I think in fourth and fifth graders, they can sort of understand this in terms of not really caring. How do you get around what your teacher is doing if you don't agree with it? I think kids at that age can understand that, and understanding how what you're doing is infusing that with broader values. Do you want to do that for all the kids in your school? Do you want to do that for all kids, fourth graders?
Let me I hate to pick on my buddy 12th man, but let me just be real blunt. This country won't be fixed if we have a bunch of Ryan Bardwells uh, and C. Moores and CTs and John Galts who don't really, I think those are the people who don't give a fuck about this country. They think it's good enough as it is, or they think that, hey, let's go back to 50 years ago. It was even better. They are not visionaries. In my opinion, they're low intellect. They don't learn. They don't learn from history. Indeed, they don't give a fuck about history. This bullshit about what country would you rather live in? Well, motherfucker, black people answered that question right after the Civil War when they told Lincoln, fuck no, we're not leaving. We built this country. Why would we leave? We were born here. So black people answered that question 150 years ago. Why that question gets asked to a black American, in my mind, is racist. Motherfucker, because we belong here, why would I leave? How about let's fix what we got and maybe even, if push comes to shove, start over. Because too many people like 12th Man and CT and John Galt think everything's okay. Black people just need to change. Well, I'm here to tell them that no, it's a white people problem. They need to fucking fix their shit and stop acting like black people are the worst thing the worst thing right now. Black crime, motherfucker, it's a problem because we keep racializing it and we don't treat it as an American problem. So I'm done with the dumb fuckers acting like America's fine. I'm just complaining about it. What I talk about is verifiable and oftentimes data driven. There is no dual America. America is one America. George Washington There was not a duality. George Washington was George Washington. He was a fucking slave owner and he was a decent general. There's no reason to separate them. Just like every other human, George Washington had his flaws. And if you go back and you actually know the history, they knew slavery was a problem, if not outright wrong. So stop the fucking cap, this men of their time bullshit. Nah. And then you got someone like Matt Walsh today. He knows he's going against the grain and he's doing it for grift. And the dummies. And funny enough, the original title of the show was Racist or Dumb. Matt Walsh is dumber. And then I changed the title. Matt Walsh is dumb. His subscribers, because he has a YouTube channel, 3.5 million subscribers. Matt Walsh is dumb. His subscribers are dumber. So that's how the show title evolved. And people who actually think Matt Walsh, this rewriting of history, or he's actually not even rewriting history. He is cherry picking history and doing the shell game. Y'all need to pay attention to Emmett Till's father, not what happened to Emmett Till. It's maximum Ryan Bardwell, low intellect, mediocre whiteness. And people like Ryan Bardwell are pissed off because I don't stutter when I call them stupid. And people like Nightish, the motherfucker needs the money apparently, or the attention or something like that. And I don't. Fuck Ryan Bardwell. Dude, you're not that well off. The fuck is he talking about? I miss his money. Dude, there are probably 3 or 4 people that are ahead of you as far as when you decided to support the show. He acts like he's been supporting this show for years. Motherfucker started like he maybe made two donations to the show max, maybe 3. So dude is just weak. And that's why I slap him around, because dude, who the fuck are you? What's up, Samuel? It's good to see you. Any comment about the video so far, 12th man? You there?
Not so much. I appreciate the historical content and stuff like that. I always come over and visit Stanley Cross because I like a different perspective than, say, what I hear on Fox News and all that stuff.
Let me stop
I
you right
appreciate your
It's
input,
not-
Stanley.
It's not.
I think you took me out of context
No, I
yesterday.
I don't think I did.
I was trying to compliment you, and
Okay,
then you shut me down like a dog.
Yes, I shut you down, and let me tell you why. Stop acting like I need you to tell me what black is and what a good black is. I had parents for that. I don't need you.
Okay. Fair enough, Stanley. I hope we can move on now.
Oh no, we'll move on when I say move on. And stop acting like it was a big problem. Dude, number one, I don't hold grudges, but I'm very decisive. I told you I disagreed, and I also told you I will never look to you to define what black is, whether black is a good black or a bad black, in quotes. I don't need you for that. I am very confident in who I am, whether I'm good, bad. Dude, if I really wanted that kind of input,
good, bad, and ugly. That's what I like about you.
I would go to my father. He's really, And I've said it plenty of times. I don't have heroes because I have a father who is a very good father. I don't, you know, I don't need you to tell me. I don't need Ryan Bardwell. As far as I'm concerned, y'all are failures compared to my father. You and Ryan Bardwell, CM, CT, dude, none of y'all hold a candle. And that's that. Now, I'm being a little harsh, but the presumptuousness of someone coming up and telling me I'm one of the good ones, fuck that. One of the good blacks, dude, I'm better than most of the whites I know that are
Well, I just
on this
sent
platform.
$5 for next Saturday's show for the
Well,
Sovereign Bear Funds.
that is so
I hope,
kind of you, but I need
I
you
hope
to
you get
understand.
Guinness out
I
next
need
time.
you to I need you to understand my point. The Ryan Bardwells, the 12th Mans, dude,
Come on, Stanley.
I have actually known like 3 and 4-star admirals who were my peers. Y'all don't measure up. I've known black ship captains. Y'all don't measure up. Now,
Well, I tried to join the Navy, but I had a
okay,
bullet
I
hole
don't
in my
care.
chest.
It's irrelevant to my point. I'm not talking about
I
you.
wish I
I'm
could have
talking
been as good as you, Stanley, but
I am talking well, I've been lucky. I am talking about people like you as much or more than I'm talking about you specifically. The presumptuousness of a Ryan Bardwell or a 12th man or a CT or a John Galt to pass judgment on what's a good black or what's a bad black or good white or a bad white as well. Y'all have not accomplished a lot in life. And I rarely get on these sorts of diatribes, but y'all ain't done shit. And that's it. It's really neither here nor there because, whether you accomplish shit or not has nothing to do with how I pay my bills. But, if you're going to come up to
I
my panel
doubled
and
my
talk,
money
okay,
today.
I do not understand why you feel comfortable interrupting me when I talk. That was one of the problems I had with you last night. Don't interrupt me when I talk. I can interrupt you, but you cannot interrupt me. Them's the rules. So let's get back to this video. What's up, Kimmy? And anyone like a Ryan Bardwell or any motherfucker come up to my panel and confront me like I went up to Nidish's channel and confronted him. Y'all don't stand a chance. And people people like Nidish can pretend they're winning or they can pretend they roasted me. But in the end, it really doesn't matter. And also, I know when I lose, and I'll admit it when I do. So keep pretending, Ryan Bardwell. And Ryan Bardwell's actually kind of funny. That motherfucker, he did fine all his life, but his daddy and mommy left him some money, and now this motherfucker thinks he rules black
I
people.
made all my own money.
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about Ryan Bardwell. And I hope he's in the bushes. That motherfucker got a couple bucks and he thinks he's a plantation owner. That's why I love mocking
Really?
that's why I mock his very mediocre white maleness. It's not impressive. And somebody needs to tell him to go fuck himself. And apparently Seymour and Nidish don't have the balls to do it because they're impressed with the $100 donos. Fuck that. When I told him to self-deport, it was implied that he take that fat wad of cash with him.
everywhere. This is the campaign of every
You the man,
student body
Stanley.
president, isn't it? That they're going to sort of organize people,
At least on my
sort of
panel,
against
I am.
the abusive authority of their school administration. At least it was when I was in school. And so I think so, because I think that we don't have to overcomplicate the values of resistance and the values of abusive authority, values of opposing abusive authority, by complicating what at heart motivates that. Because at the end, at the beginning, it has to be personal. It has to be local. It has to be about the people you trust that are standing right next to you, and what you can do together that's going to achieve your goal against whatever the abusive authority you see in front of you. And so it's a good question, but I think it's okay, because I think that, again, where does the sophistication lie? That it's not in the basic building blocks. The basic building blocks of resistance are fairly straightforward. They're not always simple, but I think they're fairly straightforward. But the sophistication and the difficulty comes with how do you overcome the challenges that are put in your way by that abusive authority. And those are the choke points that I talk about in the book. That's when you have to become sophisticated. That's when you have to, like with the Underground Railroad, that's when you have to go underground. You can't be seen, because the abusive authority has a way of finding out where you are. If you've been criminalized,
One of the more interesting things about the Underground Railroad, and I've never actually read like a history of it. I need to find one and read one or two and read them.
Yeah, if you find a
But
good
what
book, let
people
me
don't,
know, Stanley.
I will. One of the things that really interests me is that white people were in as much danger as black people were if they got caught. But you'll hear people say, well, if it wasn't for white people, well, you do know that black people protected white people sometimes in that Underground Railroad system.
Sure did.
It was a mutual cooperative thing, and it wasn't a white thing or a black thing. It was an anti-slavery thing. And I often talk about America and American culture specifically being fundamentally racist. We frame everything as race. And it's really weird to me that people can't step outside of that. I don't know how many times in real life, and say in a movie or something, somebody who is racially ambiguous, can't quite be placed. They'll go, "What are you? Where are you from?" That's like one of the first questions that people will get asked if, they can't be placed. There's a whole history that we briefly talked about yesterday about, one brother going to Chicago who was lighter skinned, passing as white. And there's a whole white branch in the Midwest of that family. And then there's a whole black branch in New Orleans, racialized. And then, 100 years later or something like that, they figure out that, oh, hey, we're all family. There's a lot of that.
That's because the white people were mating with black people and came out with these different races. I mean, you can't stop people from fucking, Stanley. I mean,
I have no
it's
idea what
gonna
that means.
happen.
No idea what that means, and not quite what I was talking about.
And
We
you remember,
we have literally allowed race and racial classifications to divide families for centuries. This has happened for centuries. So all I'm saying is that we got a lot of people daily that I encounter on YouTube, the Ryan Bardwells, the CTs, the John Galts, I can probably count on one hand the people that I encounter on YouTube that I don't consider racist. And it is ironic.
I hope I'm one of them, Stanley.
You're not. I've called you a racist plenty of times, and my opinion has not changed, especially since last night. So what I'm saying, and I've said it before, and I'll get back to the video right after this brief statement. The default to American culture is racist. You literally have to work to not be racist. And colorblind is not the answer. It's okay to see phenotypical differences. It's how you process the differences. Okay, you don't just go, well, sun people are like this and gliders are like that. No, there's not. To me, there's not even cultural differences. There are facets to one big diamond, if you want to call it that, of American culture, but there's not like major differences between hip hop culture and fucking Appalachian culture. You just have to understand how the two are similar, and of course, their differences. But we tend to focus on differences and then racialize them. And that's how you get a fucking idiot like Ryan Bardwell or fucking idiot like Nightish. They're dumb. Well, you know what? Let me not call them dumb as much as uneducated. And there's no apparent desire for a Ryan Bardwell to actually learn something. The worst possible outcome of where we are in America is everybody going, hey, I'm fine the way it is. Obviously, it's not fine for everyone. And it'll never be 100% great. There's no perfection. But dude, stop acting like everything is fine.
Like, say I give you a magic wand,
and go after.
Stanley.
And so how do you, that's where it becomes sophisticated. It becomes sophisticated in the means and the mechanism, but not in the basic building blocks. And so I think that when you're talking to kids who are in the 4th and 5th grade, I think they can understand those building blocks, because I think that it comes down to the basic elements of nature itself. And I think that they're old enough at that age.
Yes, 12 man.
Assuming our listeners.
Yes.
What would you do if I gave you a magic wand and you could change anything you wanted about the United States? What would it be?
Better parenting and a better education system.
I agree with that.
Okay. Can I continue now?
Yes, sir.
Are not in charge of No Kings, and that they're relatively average people who may or may not be showing up. How can everyday people who are listening to this podcast or watching it on YouTube, how can they start to influence a movement as large as No Kings that does have these events, and turn it more into something like the Underground Railroad, where it is a sophisticated network, where there are knowledge that is divided among folks, so that the entire thing doesn't collapse if one person is wrapped up by the authorities. How do everyday people co-opt a largely non-influential but very large movement like No Kings?
I think it's fairly easy. It's by not accepting their terms. They want to define it between, you want to set the terms that it's going to be between 2 and 4 on a Saturday afternoon, and what signs to bring and what signs not to bring, and what you can say and what you can't say, and when you must sing and when you must stop singing, and what you can sing about, is to not necessarily reject that, but not buy into that. Mm-hmm. For it to work, for it to perform a protest function, You can in fact perform that function at a place like that. You need to make sure that you are identifying what it is that you want to achieve, and you are identifying other people who are achieving those goals. That's what protest does. Protest enables you to articulate grievance, and not just articulate grievance so that the abusive authority hears it, but so that other people hear it too. So that people who are like-minded, who can be allies, can in fact identify you, and that you can connect with each other. That is the basic function of coming together at things, at protests like rallies like No Kings, to give them a protest function, to make sure that the grievance is being articulated clearly, and that other people can hear it, so you can start joining together. Because it's at that point, once people start joining together, this is about the dynamics of resistance, right? Once people start joining together, then you can organize opposition. Then you can gather resources, you can leverage them, you can strategize, you can target what it is that you're doing, but you can't get there if you're isolated. And so protests have this wonderful function, this wonderful movement building function of enabling.
Okay, Bobby, I'm not sure where you're going with this. Maybe you missed something. 12th Man asked me if I had a magic wand, what would I change about America? My answer, had I the magic wand, is better parenting and better education for our children. The better parenting will teach children to take their education seriously. I don't know where legislation comes into this. Maybe you missed that part.
Enabling people to identify each other. But the big chilling effect of No Kings is that they don't enable the articulation of grievance. They have very particular grievances and ways that you can articulate it that they are already packaging for you, which means they've already packaged the outcome. They've already packaged who you can align with. That is the big problem. But you cannot buy into that. You don't have to abide by that. Because these things are happening all over the place. And what
Stanley, can you pause
it
it
shows
for a
the
minute?
incredible energy in the American people for opposition right now. And it's an opposition and an energy that can't be wasted.
I think we were fortunate enough to have parents that cared enough about us to teach us our ABCs and 1, 2, 3s and
okay, I'm thoroughly
basic
lost.
science.
I'm thoroughly lost. Who is the
before we went into
no,
kindergarten?
No. Can you fucking stop getting in gear and just, dude, you're like a snowplow. Once it gets going, you just can't stop. What good parenting are you talking about?
Well, didn't you know the ABCs and 1, 2, 3s when you went into kindergarten?
What the fuck does that have to do with anything I've said up to now? Can you connect those dots?
Yeah, because you were talking about good parenting and education.
Okay, and apparently you don't get the context. You asked me if I had a wish, if I had a magic wand, how would I fix America? Did you not ask me that?
Yeah, I asked you that. But
okay, well then you asked me that. I don't need you to go any farther than you do. Remember? Do you remember what my answer was?
Yes, I do.
What was my answer?
Bad parenting and
no, that was not my
better education.
It was better parenting and better education. That's if
That's
I had
what
a
I
magic
said.
wand. Now let me motherfucking help you out because I'm getting annoyed. If I had a magic wand and want to change parenting and education, it is implied that I don't think we're doing well with education or parenting currently. So don't fucking tell me.
Of course not.
Don't fucking tell me
I was
about you.
agreeing with
And
you,
dude,
motherfucker.
I'm about to flush you because you're over talking and you're being annoying. I don't think America as a whole is doing well with parenting or education. And honestly, I think we started fucking up about 100 years ago.
Well, you had
Part
good
of it, I
parents,
don't give a
obviously.
fuck about your response. Stop over talking me. We and
I'm
probably
not Stanley.
okay, dude. Why are you still talking? Don't tell me about me being lucky. I know I'm lucky. I say it all the time. I'm talking America in general. And the reason I think
Fortunate.
we've, okay, I don't know why you keep interrupting. I can interrupt
Not
you.
lucky, Stanley. That's the word of
You
the
cannot,
devil.
okay, motherfucker, interrupt me again and you're out. America fucked up after the Civil War when they just stopped caring about Reconstruction. It went south from there, and there are plenty of historians who actually know this stuff way better than me who will agree. We're still suffering the bullshit of 1877. Why do you think we just had a Supreme Court case figuring out what the 14th Amendment meant or means? Because no one fucking understood it in the first place, apparently. And you would think someone like a Clarence Thomas would be smart enough to fucking read the plain language, but he's not. And we got yahoos on YouTube, and I'm just gonna pick on all the dumb fucks on YouTube.
All
Dude,
right.
y'all, okay, I don't know why you have to interrupt. I didn't ask you a question. America's not doing well, mainly because we think parenting is automatic. I'm not even sure we know what the definition of good parenting is. We certainly don't know what a good education is. We lost that bubble probably back in the 20s. And, I could go deeper in detail, but I don't feel like nattering on all day.
I
That
like
shouldn't be
when
missed.
you matter
So
on
that is the value, I
Stanley.
think, of these rallies, is that if there are people who are willing to essentially ignore the No Kings organizers, ignore their terms, and do that work on the ground to in fact go through and identify people who are like-minded in their grievances. And I think that we can be very clear about what those grievances are with this administration, with this abuse of authority, is to reject the terms of the No Kings protesters and operate on their own terms. Because the big problem that we're having from a historical perspective right now, what is mainly absent isn't the energy of folks on the ground. We see it at Delaney Hall. We see it in Minneapolis. We hear it online, but we have seen it on the ground. The missing historical point is coordination among opposition, among that opposition on the ground. And without that coordination, you can't leverage your resources in order to get them to operate at scale against an abusive authority that is already operating at scale. If they're operating, MAGA's operating nationally. They're already operating at scale. They have the federal government and all of its tools that they're deploying. You can't operate against that at scale to target its weak points, to put pressure points where they can be really exploited. You can't do that if you're playing whack-a-mole. And that's what opposition is doing in America right now. It's playing whack-a-mole, and that's wasting the energy. It's not that the energy isn't there. It's not that the desire is not there. It's not that the particular articulated grievances aren't there. It's just that they're not allowed. And by people like who are organizing No Kings, they're not allowed to be really given visibility so that other people can see each other on the ground and then connect from one town to another town to another town and connect those dots to figure out how to operate. That to me is the biggest missing link. As a historian looking at that, that's the biggest missing link.
Right now at Delaney Hall, there are folks that I've worked with, that I've interviewed for the show, Ian Austin, Army Ranger, 6 deployments. I met him in Minneapolis.
National.
He's now in New Jersey at Delaney Hall, and he's been, I think, quite effective in communicating abuse of authority, showing the physical bruises on his body. There are videos of him getting shot with pepper balls when it's very clear that he is not a threat to anyone. I saw a video where he was speaking on a bullhorn away from a crowd, not directly in the faces of, I don't even think they're law enforcement. I think they're just private contractors. And they shot the bullhorn, which was at face level, which violates all sorts of safety standards for the use of so-called less than lethal weaponry. Is what's happening at Delaney Hall having the effect that it should? From your overseas right now, is your interpretation of what is happening is filtered through social media and in news, perhaps a bit different because of the algorithms and your location. From your observation, is what's happening at Delaney Hall being effective? If so, or if there are improvements that need to be made, how can activists around the country take lessons learned and implement them locally?
Yeah, there are two parts to that, because I've tried to do my best to kind of keep up with what's going on Delaney Hall with VPN and being able to go ahead and watch it from the American perspective. The biggest problem that, to me, and this is something that has been, I think, kind of new to me, is how the mainstream media has been absolutely absent in reporting what's going on. They've been occasionally checking in, but the kind of images that are coming from him and that are coming from other people about what's going on at Delaney Hall used to be 24/7. You wouldn't be able to get away from it. This is an extraordinary moment. It's an extraordinary opposition that's going on there. It's the clear visibility of an abusive authority acting abusively, and the enabling of the Democratic governor. Right. And just her statement shown against the reality going on the ground, the video of what's going on the ground, that in the recent past, even as recently as Minneapolis, would have been shown extensively across the mainstream media. The failure right now is that it's not. And so the kind of visibility,
baby,
of doing what it is, he's doing the right resistance thing. Right. What you need to do is show the violence in the system. Right. You need to show what they are doing, what they were capable of. That is the direct action that we talk about when we talk about resistance operating, reaching its extreme end, because you have to, in fact.
Yes, sir.
If you don't impede or
you can stop there. Hey, if you can stop there. I don't want to hear that bullshit.
You're anti-law enforcement, aren't you?
I'm sorry, what?
You're anti-law enforcement. You're against
I'm anti-law enforcement doing their jobs poorly. I don't think ICE is doing their job properly. That's why.
Well, there's only been a few incidents.
I'm not done talking yet. I don't think ICE is doing its job well. And, there are a couple stories I haven't gotten around to talking about, but there was a shooting right up in Maine where the dude who took the shot was a fucking like newbie. And then there's another story I saw yesterday that maybe I'll talk about tomorrow, where this car was fleeing like it was yards away, and this guy just fucking did it TV style, shooting out the back window. That's fucking crazy. You don't.
Well, don't.
Okay, bitch, I'm not done talking. You don't do law enforcement TV style. If a car is fleeing, you don't know who the hell is in that car. You don't just go shooting out the back window. That's crazy. And the reason I'm even going to talk about it is a review by newspaper, like pundit, former law enforcement are going, no, that's not how it should be done. So ICE is out of goddamn control. It doesn't matter whether people interfere or not. People are fucking dying. And most of the problems are ICE interfering with people who are following the law.
Illegal immigrants.
ICE is the problem.
In this country illegally.
ICE is the problem, not the American citizens they're injuring, killing.
They're not American citizens,
this is not a goddamn
motherfucker.
debate. This is not a goddamn debate, son. You have been poisoned by Fox News. You might need to look at some
the law.
Okay, bitch, I'm about to drop you. I'm not going to take your back talk. You had me stop this video to cheer about ICE. You know I'm not going to agree with you. Why would you fucking pick a fight you're not going to win? Are you?
We heard about Vanilla
I
Ice.
don't give a fuck about what you heard about on Fox News. Fox News, in my opinion, is not a credible news source. It's like waving a red flag in front of a bull.
I'm not listening to Fox News. I'm listening to you, Stanley.
The crap that you consume every morning, and every morning you're probably pretty fucking drunk in the first place, so you're not even understanding everything.
You're drunk.
Dude, not even hardly. All I have to say is don't pick fights you can't win. Don't tell me about ICE. They have fucked up too much in the past 6 months. They have no credibility in my mind.
Well, that's
Put
your mind.
Between the abuse of authority,
it's my mind.
And you have to enable the authority to go ahead and reveal
Why
them.
don't you go out there and protest?
They are, and in terms of the lengths they're willing to go to protect their power, to protect their authority. He is doing that. What in the past, what made it that effective is that you could get earned media to promote that, right? To boost that signal. You're not getting the boost anymore. For whatever editorial reason on the part of mainstream media.
If I could join ICE, I would.
All of the visibility coming out of Delaney Hall has been through social media. And that right now that has limits.
Since when have I been amused by you just fucking talking over videos? Since never. Okay, who gives a fuck whether you could join ICE or not?
Well, you're my best friend on YouTube, Stanley. Come on, man.
I am so happy to hear that, but that doesn't mean you can just fucking blurt out everything that comes to your inebriated mind. How about show some self?
Well, these communists are against law enforcement.
You are over 50, sir. Act like it.
How old are you, old man?
There is in order to reach new audiences,
old enough
because the algorithms is going to reinforce existing
old
audiences, and sort of
it
might serve a function of being able to mobilize people to go to Delaney Hall, to reach out to organizers on the ground and try to build it from there, just like in a similar way that it did in Minneapolis. But right now, because mainstream media is no longer boosting what is going on the ground accurately and authentically, it forces opposition leaders and opposition actors to try to find ways that they can get that signal out. In a sense, as a resistance tool, we talk about building parallel institutions, right? That once the institutions that you believe are supposed to serve to go ahead and achieve the goals you want
Yeah,
to achieve,
get
want information,
illegal
and you think that you can
immigrants
be
out of
politically
the
represented.
country,
You think the
motherfucker.
judiciary is going to go ahead and represent the rule of law.
Their
Once
job.
they start failing,
All right.
this has
Well,
been a factor
I
for
think I'm done
resistance
with
networks
interrupting
throughout
you.
American history. Once they start failing,
This
and
is
they
your last warning. If you need me to stop the video, I can do that. Talking over the video, it's unproductive. So please
Yes, sir.
discontinue this behavior.
start enabling abusive authority, then you got to build something that goes around them. And I think what we're seeing now is mainstream media falling down, and no longer performing its function for democracy. So you have to find another network in order to be able to, another way to go ahead and get that stuff out there. Fortunately, social media gives you the tools. It's just about coming up with the right way to make sure that you're busting the algorithm. So it's getting it, which is, don't ask me how to do that, but it's, if you're able to figure that out, to be able to bust through the algorithm so that people who aren't already like-minded are seeing it. I mean, and that was the value of broadcast.
Oh, Kimmy, I didn't read the rest of your message. Kim, let me ask you a question. I don't know where you actually formulate your opinions from, but this part, number one, 12th man is not my child. Well, he needs to stop acting like it.
I'm your friend, Stanley. That's
I
it.
said in the chat, good parenting starts today because he's acting like my child. And number two, you say many Americans agree that ICE is not affecting citizens.
Don't
Many
call me
oh, God
don't
damn
call
it.
me your child.
Trying to talk. Many Americans disagree with your many Americans, and I suspect if they were still alive, Renee Good and Alex Peretti would disagree with the Americans who think ICE is not affecting citizens. They're dead, but if they were alive, I bet they would disagree.
Media, I mean, literally broadcast media that
follow
everybody was
the
able to see
law.
it.
Yeah, I
Now,
have
with
no
everything being
idea why you're
algorithm-driven,
talking. The video has started.
You can be kennelled. And so it doesn't matter what's going on the ground, Delaney Hall, because only people who already agree with the protesters or already agree with the abuse of authority, with already on the side of ICE, they're the only people who are going to see it, and they're going to see it in their echo chambers. The challenge right now from a communication standpoint is not just finding the signal and the noise, but it's letting the signal get out of theater, right? You've got to have other people be able to hear this stuff. That is the biggest challenge for that. So it's not that the right things aren't going on the ground there. They absolutely positively are. It's just that how do you take that now and get it out to broader audiences? That's the practical hurdle that needs to be overcome right now.
The World Cup right now is going to own the summer. It's probably going to get more.
That's Stanley who won the World Cup.
You don't to understand
whatever
talking over the video is.
Do you see, again, as someone who's currently outside the United States, do you see the World Cup drawing a different kind of spotlight on the United States and on these protests, on what ICE is doing? What is the perspective of people where you are right now, and the game that 5 billion people will be typically tuning into? Is it going to, what's the reflection of this resistance protest movement? What's the interpretation of those overseas?
Well, I think there are two parts to that. The first one is that it is the unexploited resource for American opposition are the number of allies they have in countries around the world, particularly in Europe. That the level of sympathy, that of real deep sympathy, an active kind of sympathy that people in Europe have for anybody in opposition in America, and real opposition in America, is deep, and it's authentic, and it's real. And every story about the World Cup that pops up over here is accompanied by a kind of political a political angle to it. That it is clearly, none of it is being, unless you're focusing solely on the sports pages, the coverage that's every place else, and it's every place else. It's all contextual, relating how absurd what's going on with Trump in America is, and in all of them. And so it is reinforcing this idea that that Europeans have about the American situation, and developing, again, this very strong sympathy and even empathy for opposing it. But the other part is that there's also bewilderment that there isn't an active opposition. And that's the question that I get all the time, and that keeps popping up even in the coverage of the World Cup, is they hope that they expect that there's going to be protests. But there's not a whole lot of confidence that there's going to be protests. And they're wondering why not. That this could be a fantastic, if it was happening in Europe, there would be disruptions all over the place. But you see what happened in Europe, right? But the fact that there is no even inkling of any kind of disruption to this made for moment of throwing a kind of distraction into the system, that makes a lot of the people I talk to and hear from, and even just in the mainstream media over here, I'm kind of bewildered. So it's two parts: that there is a real untapped resource for American opposition to use in having allies and resources in Europe and other places who are built in, ready to help. But the fact that there's no network there, there's no clear leader there, is something that they find to be bewildering.
Do you think that I mean, I should just ask you more directly. Are people wondering,
Samuel, what these guys are talking about is America at 250 and a book that the guy on the right just wrote called A Resistance History of America. And I bought the book. I haven't gotten a chance to read it. It came out about 3 weeks ago or so. So they're talking about why America's so fucked up at 250. This interview is probably a couple weeks old. So they're talking about history and current politics and events and stuff. Not sure why you're even asking the question. I'm not that big a soccer fan.
why there's not a leader from like the Democratic Party? I think most people probably understand our two-party system.
Hey,
Are
Stanley.
people wondering why there's not a Democrat who's leading the opposition, or are they?
The score 0-0 between Argentina and Spain so far, but who are you rooting for?
Spain nominally. I don't really care who wins.
You like Spain?
Wondering why there isn't.
I like
a
Spain
leader.
because I've been to Spain, never been to Argentina. That's really my only
Well,
reason.
Argentina is
for
a
God's
better
sake,
ally.
Yeah, good. Who cares? I don't care that much about football.
Spain sucks.
Okay, you really are just going to babble on about something that I'm not interested in, huh?
I can't believe you're rooting for Spain. That kind of disgusts
I can't
me,
believe
Stanley.
you are interrupting my history video to talk about something I'm not particularly interested in.
Like a person or a
Then
group
what do you
that
say
hasn't risen up,
Spain?
or is
Oh
it
my
both?
God.
Yeah, it's both. It's both. They're surprised that when they do talk about an opposition in America, they will talk about Bernie or they'll talk about AOC, but the conversation will kind of end there because they will wonder why there isn't, in fact, a kind of consistent drumbeat opposition leader against this. That in fact is galvanizing an active opposition. That everybody is what they see are people working within these electoral channels. The only people who are in opposition are running for something. and or they're going to be running for something. If you're Cory Booker or you're Gavin Newsom or if you're Pritzker, right? I mean, they're all jockeying for the nomination, and so it defines how they're going to react, because it all has to be within the Democratic Party system. And once you start doing that, your opposition is going to be by definition limited. And so when they see that, they don't see, in fact, somebody standing up to represent all opposition, regardless of, they might be a leader of the Democratic Party, but to kind of galvanize everybody in and outside of that party against what's going on. That kind of is what they find to be confusing. I find it to be confusing. But understanding the two-party system and kind of the establishment hold, you can understand it a lot better. And even somebody like AOC, who clearly shows she's got the chops for it, is still operating. We talked about this last time, right? That's still operating within the establishment system, not yet willing to kind of break out to say something, to do something that might get you in trouble with your caucus. And that is something that I think that Europeans find to be very difficult to understand, given the fact that all of these countries are multi-party systems, that coalition politics is a factor of life in all of these places. I mean, most of these places, and that they have an understanding of a more wide-ranging idea of democracy, rather than something that is structurally and functionally strangled by just having two parties that you have to hone everything into. And therefore, any kind of opposition has to operate within, which already circumscribes what you're capable of accomplishing. And that is something that is confusing to people, that they see the principles at stake. They understand the cost of that. They understand, in fact, they know where this train ends in terms of the kind of abuse of authority that is already present in the United States and is only getting worse. They see where that's going. They don't understand that Americans can't see it, and therefore won't do anything about it. People talk about it, but they don't understand how in terms of practicalities, why, yes, Americans say that they recognize it. You have people who are calling it fascism, certainly calling it authoritarianism, and not acting like it. It's bewildering to them. They think that you can call something fascism, and then you think that an election will solve things, as if it's the political parties that are in charge of everything, when they know that that's not the case. They know they know what the stakes are. They're surprised that there are Americans who identify the stakes, or say they do, and yet don't act consistently with that. They think an election can solve a problem with fascism, and these two things aren't terribly related.
Right now, I think one of the reasons that there isn't a sustained opposition is because there are so many people who are just emotionally and mentally exhausted and broken. It has been 10 years. It has been 10 years of, first Donald Trump's first presidency, and then COVID, the recovery that was long. I mean, the COVID pandemic is especially for people on the front lines, healthcare workers, USPS, Postal Service, people in government, the civil service. We've been going through a long, tough period. What can people who are exhausted, who do feel overwhelmed, and are probably more often than not quite tempted to distract themselves or look away, put their head down, what can they learn from our history about how the tired, how the overwhelmed soldier on and actually accomplish something despite the overwhelming force that they feel they're facing?
Vision. The importance of vision, importance of identifying what is on the other side and how you get there, and doing it clearly, realistically, not hope as a strategy. What people are feeling is what I think people were feeling by the time you get to the 1840s and 50s, which is that you see this abuse of authority, you see how it's operating, you see how it's expanding, you see how it's taking more out of your life and the lives of your neighbors and the lives of your friends. You see a country going to war to go ahead and expand its territory in order to do that. You see them taking your son to go do that, and forget about not to mention your taxes. And this weariness that there is nothing you can do about it, because the structure, you're told that the structure is fundamentally sound. and that you just need to keep working within the structure. And that's one of the choke points I talk about in the book, is that the culture is there to grind you down through that. Because the vision for what is achievable on the other side of it seems to be outside of your capacity. Until you have somebody that can come along and clearly define what you have to do in order to get there. And I think that it's vision that can energize a resistance, because when you just think that not only there's no end in sight, I mean, resistance can take a long time. But when you can actually see what are the building blocks it takes for you to get to the other side, then you can keep working to it. You can measure progress. You can actually see what the promised land looks like. Mm-hmm. And so when you have people, when we have people like Thaddeus Stevens and others, so when we talk about this, when they say, okay, what we actually need to do to end slavery, to end the abusive authority of the enslaved.
And as conspiracist as this sounds, his point about how the culture is basically grinding you down. Part of what the culture does is a patriotic education. Okay, the goal of patriotic education is basically propagandistic. Okay, you don't want details of a George Washington, for instance, known. It might give those kids some ideas about maybe we should be doing things differently. That is how you get a Ryan Bardwell or a John Galt or a Nighttish. And, some people aren't naturally curious. They don't ask a lot of questions. But, history repeats itself or rhymes a lot. If you actually read it, know it, study it. And too many people don't seem to understand that you can't be good at politics if you don't know American history. And in my mind, voting is politics.
Of a republic that's taking everything away from you because they're sucking up all the air and resources in the room, and it's all going to the enslavers. That here's what we need to do about it. Here's structurally what we need to do to the Constitution, right? Here are the things we need to rip out the 3/5 clause. We need to end the Fugitive Slave Act. We need to go ahead and break apart this monopoly that the Southern states had on the federal judiciary, right? We need to change all of this. And we've got these particular things. They're big. They require vision to go ahead and achieve them. They might take a lot to do, but here is what we need to do to get there. And we need to do whatever it takes for that to happen. But you can see what a multiracial democracy might look like on the other side. Here, and realistically, this is not pie in the sky. We're going to be realistic about what we can do, and how to get there. That is what gave energy to the resistance to the First Republic in the 1850s. That they could kind of see finally what the other side might look like, and not settle for the people who are telling them trust the system, have faith in the founders. Eventually, the moral arc will bend towards justice. Eventually, all of these things will happen. Just keep trying to vote in the right people, keep trying to morally persuade our leaders to do the right thing, elect the next generation of right leaders so that maybe they will do the right thing. Keep rolling the dice, keep making these bets that somebody will finally do the right thing. People get tired of that. And I think that is what, to the extent that a historian is a sociologist, to see what's going on now, I think that people are there. It's that because we're on this hamster wheel, that there doesn't seem to be any vision of change. And the best we can do is be told by people like John Meacham, continue to trust the system. Just change the people in charge, who in the end might talk left and vote right. It's that might not do what it is you need it to do, because then the answer is the next election, the next change in people. You keep people away from thinking that the problem is structural and you need to change it. There's nothing that anybody is yet saying that's going to prevent the next Donald Trump. Mm-hmm. Not one, other than the only thing is elect Gavin Newsom. That's the only thing people say.
Yeah.
The next moral president will fix everything. You see that on social media all the time, that, oh my gosh, the next president will have so much to do in order to fix things when he, and it's always a he, when he gets there. That's an absurd response to this situation. When we know that Trump's really just exploiting the weaknesses in executive authority that are embedded in the Constitution as it is. There's nothing, and being helped by a judiciary that nobody's really talking seriously about changing either. So no one is in fact articulating a clear vision about what that could look like. Saying, okay, well, we need to lift the 435 cap in the House of Representatives and try to sort of make that more democratic and sort of broaden actually democracy in that branch, right? Single terms for presidents, which was floated after Watergate. Some of those revisions to what can be done structurally to the executive. I mean, things like that. You can come up with a Project 2029, for Christ's sake, Chris. You can come up with a plan that, in fact, does what the folks at the Heritage Foundation Project 2025. This is a root and branch approach to what American government can and should be. When what you're doing, you're talking about reforms to lower gas prices. I mean, that's what makes people tired. When you hear that our problem is almost existential and the answers are reformist, that makes people tired. And I think that when you can articulate a vision and the possibility of that, then you can really, you can really get something done. But it is the John Meachams of the world that just tell you, have faith, wait. That will make people tired because it's supposed to. Because those are the kind of people who don't want things to change. They want things to stay exactly where they are.
Let's talk for a moment about allies. You write about your enemy's enemy. But you've also in this conversation talked about how Europeans are kind of sitting there. There are allies and resources that Americans are not utilizing. So two-part question. What do you write about when you're referring to our enemy's enemy? And second, how can Americans who are listening to this podcast, not No Kings organizers, but the people showing up, how can we access our allies overseas and utilize their resources and what they want to offer us?
When I talk about my enemy's enemy in my book, what I do, I think about it in the way that people on the ground thought about it in terms of resistance movements throughout American history, that in looking at who is useful to the goal that you want to accomplish. And this gets back to the conversation we were having about vision. You've got a clear idea of what you want to achieve, whether it's about removing people from underneath the boot of abusive authority to kind of address the symptoms or addressing the root cause. You need allies for both of those things. There's not a single resistance movement in history that has done anything on its own, not operating at scale. You need help from outside. You need help from somebody else. One of the important elements of resistance that's operating in that way is being able to identify who is going to help you achieve your goal, not just who your friend is. And I think that is one of the nuanced moments that you have to understand in kind of a ruthless resistance, is to understand that your friends are not necessarily your allies, that the people you're having a beer with at night aren't necessarily the people who are going to help you storm the barricades tomorrow. Is that you have to be very clear about who functionally is going to help you achieve your goal, regardless of why they want to achieve their goal. If you've got the same goals right now, if your stakes are high, then that has to be much lower on your scale than the goal that they want to achieve. It's a great lesson and a very clear lesson from World War II, right? So resistance movements in Western Europe, which I sort of had to study to sort of understand this, were able to understand that exact point, particularly in places like France, where you have Gaullists and you have Democrats, and you have communists. Normally, you hate each other. But you reach the point where you recognize that dispute is a luxury. You can fight over that after you've dealt with the bigger problem, which is you got to beat the Nazis. None of the rest matters unless you beat the Nazis. They want to beat the Nazis. You want to beat the Nazis. That's all that matters. You both got to beat the Nazis. But you have to go ahead and have that as a goal. Beat the Nazis, get them out. We fight over the rest later. That happened, at different ways in the same dynamic in American resistance history. So it's particularly good for the American Revolution when you understand what loyalists are doing and what the British are doing and what enslaved people are doing, that the choices that enslaved people are making are fairly sophisticated choices about what they want to accomplish and about what they need to accomplish. We have the patriots who are saying very nice things about liberty for all and rights for all. And though, in your heart of hearts, that they don't mean it. None of this is going to change. But the British, who you got no love for either, they set up the system in the first place. Why should you listen to that? But then you understand tactically.
This is New Dialogues, a new school podcast.
The fact that you
Sida's on here.
Are you there, Sida?
Can you send the link to Kathleen and her messenger?
But how would she know how to send it?
Okay. Oh yeah. Do I have her email?
Yes. No. If she's on the in the chat, you can see her name and then just send her a message. And it can be a message.
Facebook or
on Facebook, yeah.
I don't know how to do any of this.
I thought
I can't help Kathy. It's my fault.
What'd you say?
I'm sending her the link to be a part of this.
All right. Yay. Okay, Auntie, we'll see you in a minute. Okay.
And so what happened for me was when she told me that story was this whole idea of closing the gap. When we are able
Sorry about this, folks. I had to step away right quick. What's up, MOT?
Hey, what's going on? We're looking at this Matt Walsh foolishness.
Oh yeah,
dude, your
I'm
party
about to
is the
look at
problem.
it.
Yeah.
I'm glad you're here.
Matt Walsh, your party is the problem. So you're talking about looking at allies across the aisle? Yeah, we're fighting against conservatism, which is what you're a part of.
Well, I don't really. There's a video that I have coming up. Actually, it's 2 after this one, where there's a historian who considers himself center right, and he just says it right. As a matter of fact, I'll play it now. He just comes out and says that MAGA has basically subverted the Republican Party. So
of course it has. Of course it has.
Let me play this right quick.
Hey everybody, I've been getting a lot of feedback on the latest video that went up today in which I reacted to Matt Walsh talking about what he says is the real story behind what happened to Emmett Till back in the 1950s. And
what?
On my account last night.
Oh, you didn't hear about this?
And that's typical when I do a reaction.
Oh yeah. And that's kind of the reason for the show today. Matt Walsh supposedly debunked the Emmett Till story and just did like I hate to be blunt. Look, Matt Walsh is basically like a lot of other YouTubers. They will straw man or distract from the main point, and then they'll blame victims for it. They won't quite come out and say Emmett Till deserved what he got, but Matt Walsh literally says it's not surprising that Emmett Till would do something like that. So what I want to do is just let this guy who identifies himself as center right and just talks about how MAGA has basically fucked up the Republican Party.
Because of the nature of who I'm reacting to. And I often get comments from people on the right, especially when I make videos like that, saying, hey, great, when are you going to give the same treatment to political commentators on the left, the Matt Walshes of the left, right? How come you only focus on the right? And there's a lot of indignation
there ain't no Matt Walshes
on the right
left.
that I don't do that. And just for context, I identify as a center right Christian conservative, but here's my mindset on that. Yeah, there are people on the left to whom I could do reactions, and I would take exception to some things that they stand for and believe. Absolutely. But my mindset is this: I believe that as a more traditional conservative in this country, that the side of the aisle that I traditionally identify with, I believe it's been hijacked and pushed way further to the right. And my mindset is trying to reclaim some sanity to traditional conservatism. And I see a lot of insanity going on right now. And my mindset is get your own house in order. So my focus when I do videos like that, because listen, I'm trying to do it in the context of history. This is a history channel. This is not a political channel. And for a long time, I avoided politics altogether. But I have stepped into those waters more and more, especially when I see history being twisted, especially from people who say they're on the same side politically as me. Now, there's not a lot that Matt Walsh and I have in common, but I hear him claim to be a Christian conservative, and I say I'm a Christian conservative, and I look at him and I look at the things he stands for and the things that he is making videos about, and I find myself thinking that is not how I want to see Christian conservatives represented in this country. And so I feel like I want to get our house in order before I worry about what other people are doing. It's the thing that Jesus talked about where he said, remove the plank from your own eye, and then you'll see clearly to point out the speck in your brother's. So yeah, are there things I could strongly take issue with on the left? 100%. But right now my focus is getting our house in order on my side. And until that happens, you're going to only see me focus on people on the conservative side of the aisle. Hope that.
That's his whole point, Samuel. MAGA is not a conservative movement. It is a right-wing. It is a right-wing populist movement. Of course, they're going to be conservative. There's going to be conservative elements because they're on the right. But what this guy is saying is MAGA is a wreck. It's wrecking the country. He'll get around to criticizing the left when the right gets unfucked. And MAGA is fucking up the right. It's fucking up the country and damn near fucking up the world because it's going overseas and bombing people for no reason. And your point about hold on one sec. Your point about the video we just watched, he's a historian. He is basically saying that the solution is with the people. The Constitution maybe it's the Declaration of Independence. They do say if the government is not meeting its responsibilities, then it can be overturned. It's right in the Declaration of Independence. Y'all need to read it instead of pretending that everything is okay. Obviously things aren't okay. And start looking, and I'm not specifically talking to you, but I see this a lot on YouTube. People who don't know much act like the solutions are easy. You got to know stuff to do stuff. And I hear all these people who want to harp on Obama or who want to harp on Biden. Neither of them are president right now. The Republicans, the MAGA Republicans have all three branches of government, and they are not making headway to make things better. They are making things worse. Maybe Trump should have just fucking dealt with the border, which I actually didn't have a problem with securing the border, but they just want to go too far. And they're not good at it. Okay, Trump's Justice Department is a laughingstock right now. The military is quickly becoming a laughingstock. We can't even fucking get Iran to capitulate. Things are not going well. And these fucking MAGA blacks and their masses need to stop pretending everything's a-okay. So I'm sorry, what were you saying, MOT?
Yeah, I mean, like, the reason why he's focused on that is because the conservatives have all levels of power. And for any party who still be pointing at the Democrats at this point, it's either you're an idiot or you're being played for a fool and you're too stupid to know that you are, right? So when people are pointing
Right.
to the Democrats, like the Democrats don't have the House, the Senate, the presidency, the Supreme Court. They don't have that. Like, oh, the border's closed. Like, the border is no different than it was under Biden. No different. I cross the border at least once every 90 days.
Right.
And nothing has changed. But to them, Republicans are in charge, so something has changed. Like, no, nothing has changed. I mean, if it has, then take your ass to the border and go find out. What has changed? Nothing's changed. The only thing is just that they use immigration as an issue to criminalize all people of certain types of backgrounds. Now it went from you wasn't following the process to you did follow the process, and now we want to kick you out of the country anyway. What's going on?
Yeah, it's really just this white replacement theory crossed with xenophobia, white nationalism. Yeah, it's just, securing the border is basically let's get them all out. The Haitians, I think of Springfield, Ohio. It was
Yes.
DeWine, a Republican, who got the Haitians in there to meet a Toyota factory like worker need. And
I ship out of that factory, by the way.
oh, do you really? Wow.
Yes, I do.
Well, the bottom line
Here's the reason why
is
they
this
couldn't hire the
is
locals.
just it all goes back, and you go back even 20 years. People like Tucker Carlson and Donald Trump and who knows who else, they have been worried about white Americans or the white demographic becoming a majority minority. They've been worried about it. They've been talking about it, I think, even since I was a kid. They're afraid that, hey, if all the Asians and the blacks and the Hispanics and all these minorities get together, they might take over the country. It won't be a white man's country anymore. That's really what this is all about. And I think it's inevitable. I don't think getting people out of the country is going to really change that demographic inevitability. But they're going to try.
Yeah, but they could have had the white demographic run everything. The only thing they had to do was skill up. But they didn't want to do that. They'd rather ship the jobs overseas. And
Oh, yeah, I'll
needed
never
an actual-
understand that.
Yeah, it's like, dude, y'all had all the jobs. You had them all. A lot of these factories outside of Detroit were in small areas. I know because I pick up and I deliver to those factories everywhere.
Right.
But there's factories in Kentucky and Alabama and Mississippi, dude. They're not in no liberal areas. All that stuff is in conservative areas. So and then the thing is, okay, so let's talk about Springfield, Ohio specifically. The reason why they had to bring immigrants over there is because they're the only one who's going to pass the drug test. They can't get the locals to pass the drug test. That's it. That's the only reason why they ain't there. The drug test.
Really?
$30 an
Now,
hour? Yes.
John Galt, over a year ago, there was a black barber in Springfield who basically said, and maybe it kind of dovetails with what you're saying, but blacks didn't want the job. They were kind of lazy, and I guess you're right. They
Whites
wanted
didn't
to
want it
smoke
either.
weed.
Dude, the whites didn't want it either. The thing is, they do 21 panel tests. It's not the 16, which means it picks up all the synthetic drugs. And that's the way Toyota does it. Honda does the same thing, like Marysville, Ohio. I pick up there too. Honda has the same problem. They have to bring immigrants in because the whites and the blacks can't pass the damn drug test. And they're not about to allow you to drive that equipment and possibly cause a lawsuit because you can't pass a drug test. And Marysville is a small ass town, but they pay a lot of money at that Honda plant, like $30 some bucks an hour. But people can't even straighten their shit up in 60 days to go out there and go get the jobs. Yeah, I pick them up. I pick up at both. And I hear people on the actual, they complain about the same thing. Well, so many people want to work, but they can't pass the drug test. And like Toyota, Honda, Nissan, hey man, you got to pass that drug test, buddy. Yeah, man, you got to pass that drug test. And it's not even a criminal background thing. It's either they don't want the jobs or they can't pass the drug test. And look, I have staffing firms right now that is meeting that need. We're going out, pre-drug testing people, and getting them into the workforce. Make a lot of money doing that. And guess who's not showing up for those jobs?
Palomino.
Yeah.
Let me address Mr. Palomino, who seems to be out on his skis. Maybe he's upset about something.
Oh.
Africa has nothing to do with anything I've talked about today. And this is what people will do. It's almost like almost like Thomas Sowell. Okay. He doesn't want to deal with American slavery, so he's gonna go, well, everybody everywhere for all time had slavery just to dilute the problem here in the United States. This is what Palomino is doing. What the fuck? If you ask me what country in Africa is as good as the United States, my response is, how does Africa even play into anything I've said today? What you need to do, son, is you need to take this nonsense back to Urt or Galt or Nidus or someone. I don't like deviating from my main point, and too many motherfuckers like you can't answer the direct questions, so you want to obfuscate. Matt Walsh does the same thing in this upcoming Emmett Till thing. He never addresses, even if you took everything that Matt Walsh said and agreed with it, it still doesn't explain the murder and why it happened, why the killers weren't caught or they were found innocent, and why would a 14-year-old, they didn't even, all I'm saying is everything Matt says, or Matt Walsh says, even if it was true, he's totally avoided the brutality of the murder. He's a moron. His 3.5 million subscribers are fucking morons. And people like Palomino, who probably loves him some Matt Walsh, are morons. Let us not get away from the point to Palomino. You're just fucking twisting in the wind, asking me about Africa. Nothing to do with nothing today that I've talked about. But keep trying, son. You are amusing. So let me get to this Matt Walsh thing.
That's crazy.
You know, I wonder if they actually think that they can like bring up irrelevant points and distract. Like, why am I going to talk about Africa?
And obfuscation is all they have. Like in my chat, when you say something that dumb, we just kick you out.
And that's the whole point.
Yeah, you know, Palomino, I was going to say Palomino's been dumb for quite some time. So I generally don't expect anything better. But I don't.
So he's like legacy ignorance, grandfathered ignorance.
Well, I think I sometimes think it's just a performance. You know how sometimes rodeo clowns will get out there just for the amusement.
Oh
of the
yeah.
audience.
Yeah.
I kind of consider him the Stanley versus the World rodeo clown. He's just there
with that painted smile on their face. The barrel between him and the bull. He's getting close for no apparent reason whatsoever.
Pretty much. Oh, let's see. He says, Palomino says, I brought it up. No, I didn't bring up Africa in the replacement theory bullshit. Western Europe has no. Oh, this is Samuel. Who gives a fuck about Western Europe? Again, I didn't bring up Europe. I didn't bring up Africa. I'm saying a lot of why they want to deport everyone is they're afraid that that American demographics will tip towards the white demographic being majority minority. It had nothing to do with Europe. Who gives a fuck about Europe? I don't even know why Europe is brought up. Again, obfuscation from the main point, which is Trump and people like Stephen Miller. They don't want white people to lose power. They're afraid of the quote American culture being adulterated. People like Amy Wax would limit immigration to white South Africans.
Yes.
And Western Europe.
Canadians.
They would never, they would
Europe
almost take no one from Southeast Asia. If you ain't Northern European or South African white, they would not let you in the country if they could get away with it. So
every single challenge to the 14th Amendment has been about them excluding another minority that's not white.
Right.
If you look at all the challenges, that's what it was about. And for these idiot blacks who want to just jump on the bandwagon, oh, it was just about us. No, it was about the circumstances, not the specific people. The circumstances. Born here, stay here. Always understood until some conservative think they got the perfect case to overturn it. And if you talk to these idiots, they can't even name you the background of every single person in that case. It started with Chinese, and then we ended with Latino. But at the end of the day, these people don't talk about anything. I'm like, look, you want to solve it? Here's how you solve it. No college for you. You have improper American history? No college for you. I don't give a shit how educated you are. You come in here with this fifth column education? Yeah, man, you can't go down to schools, man. Have a nice day.
This is a good
Liberty University.
This is a good question here. So Bobby Perkins asks, why should they, meaning white people, not want white people to lose power? And my response is they shouldn't want to lose power. If you're going to be racial, like America is like fundamentally racist, white people don't want to lose power. The problem is they're not willing to work harder to maintain it. Yeah. What they will do is disadvantage. They'll get rid of affirmative action and the Voting Rights, Act, and they'll take all these shortcuts instead of working harder.
Yes,
they want to talk about meritocracy and all this stuff, but they don't even want to follow their own rules.
Not at all.
I told this story a few years ago in Johns Creek, Georgia, ritzy suburb outside of Atlanta. Asians moved into this mostly white neighborhood, and it was one of these great public schools where they were sending people to these name brand schools. Well, the Asians moved into the neighborhood and started blowing these white kids out of the water. All of a sudden, the Asians were taking salutatorian and valedictorian and all the AP courses and going to these, highfalutin schools. So what did the whites do? Instead of telling their kids to fucking buckle down and work harder, they literally did white flight. They did white flight from excellence. So I don't care about white people wanting to maintain power as long as they're smart white people. They fucking put Donald Trump in office
Yes, they did. All the swing states.
to take care of making sure that white people stay in power. And that dude is a fucking lunatic. They couldn't even elect a smart white president. They had to get some fucking, half-witted lunatic. So sure, maintain power, but play by your own rules. White people don't want to do that.
But here's the thing. The Native Americans didn't want to lose power either.
Yeah, exactly. The black people, African slaves, didn't want to be brought over here.
Yeah. So it's like, oh well, we gotta look out for the white guy. He's kind of right. Like, no, he's kind of wrong, all the way wrong. Yes. Yeah, those Mexicans living in New Mexico, they didn't want to lose power either, but they did eventually. Wow.
Yeah,
and it's like these people operate machinery and drive cars and all this stuff, and they cannot understand the basics of freedom and history.
Yeah, people, they will be dastardly, to use an old-fashioned word, to maintain power. And people like Thomas Sowell and John Galt, I'm just going to lump all these anti-black blacks together. They will do the white man's bidding, and I've never actually been able to figure out why. What's in it for them other than money? I mean, really? You're going to sell your soul for a grift?
Yes. What do you mean?
I just don't get that.
Yeah, of course. I mean, these people ain't got no self-esteem, no nothing. These dudes are pure, and it's a pure economic thing to go do this type of bidding. It's
that's all it is. It's just, I don't get it. And then, to bring it back to YouTube local, I was over in a chat earlier today where I watched a 56-year-old black man act the fool.
Over.
Dude, this motherfucker, and look, business is business, I understand, but he didn't see any sort of irony. On one hand, he goes, why can't black people, stop being individualistic and help each other out? But he is willing for some money. For some money, he made a white man like Ryan Bardwell the king. And he's like, oh, Ryan Bardwell's the king. I'm like, dude, this is so fucking embarrassing. And this dude is so unself-aware that he doesn't even understand how embarrassing it is for a 56-year-old black man to be calling a white man Kang. Dude.
I just can't imagine that, man. That sounds
weird. Dude, it's for real. It's for real. It's knightish. And I understand there've been black kings, and it's just his little way of
kings and queens.
It's his way of monetizing the channel. It's kind of his business model. But this particular,
no.
Dude, it's like it's like, don't you see yourself? Can you step outside and be kind of self-aware how this looks? And I have deeper problems with it, which I'm not going to get into now. But I just thank God I don't need Ryan Bardwell's money. It's like, dude, that shit is just embarrassing. If you're 56 and you're treating some fucking Ryan Bardwell's
and your face is out there while you're doing what?
No, this dude, Ryan Bardwell, is a virulent racist, in my opinion. But for the money. Well, it's just like the other day. I think you might have caught some of it where Nightdish lets Imperious comes up there, and dude,
Oh
it was
boy.
like a classic, dude. It was like the clan got a sense of humor. And he fell asleep during the shit. All he cared about is, oh hey, I'm gonna make a couple bucks. And I'm telling
And
you
look,
right now, black people in America will not thrive with that kind of fucking attitude. Dude,
and
you're
good
gonna
for
let
Imperious for showing us who these people are, and that's why you need them Imperiuses around because of 40 or 50
yeah, I
dollars
guess you're right.
would allow this person to look like that, and he has to look like he's sane afterwards. Hey, I'm cool with it, but thank you for pointing that out. Even if it took $50 to actually do it, at the end of the day, if somebody can get you to do this for 50, what can they get you to do for 200 or 300 or 3,000?
Well, here's the deal. Um, stop acting, just be an entertainer. Stop telling black people to stop being individualistic and start, everybody, why can't we be more like,
No.
the
Share your
Jewish or
stuff
the
with
white
me,
people
Stanley.
or
Share your stuff with me. What about me? You being all individualistic, I'm being left out. I'm like, bro, at the end of the day, if you need some help, come get it. It's just that this
right.
dollar is going to be tied to some, highly moving lead projectile. And if you can snatch it out of the sky, good for you. But I'm not, no. And Stanley, they take advantage of black people's ability to want to see everybody do good. So they go around and they cause problems that don't need to be caused. So that way we can find additional room to stay behind for these people too. No. You need to be more individualistic to get
Oh,
rid of and stop being around these people.
absolutely. Dude, how do you form a team? It's a bunch of individuals bringing whatever talents they have and then pooling them that way. But just because somebody like Nightdish says we ought to do something, the fuck are you doing? And
Stanley, they
according
understand
to
this for sports. They understand this for sports.
yeah,
I mean, like these idiots watch a bunch of sports. They do nothing but sports commentary. They understand it for sports, but they don't understand it for anything else outside of sports, which doesn't make any sense to me.
well, according to Speak Radio, right now, Nightdish is asleep with NASCAR playing on his channel. Dude, I hope it's not the real NASCAR. He'll get a strike for that.
Oh no! NASCAR don't play that shit unless it's some old NASCAR stuff. I can guarantee it's not lying.
Yeah, well, it's his problem. But we're gonna have dude, this all I
I have
have to
never
say
heard
is
of any person who's doing extremely well talking about teaming up. It's always these low class, underperforming dudes who's worried about what women think and how come the bees ain't acting right. I want to impregnate somebody. A dude needs some ass. What you want to get taken care of?
dude,
Like what?
I had you'll get people in chat going, well, Stanley, when's the last time you had a woman? I'm like, what? Why is that any of your business? What does it matter? Hey, apparently body count is still a thing. Like, I don't know. I think in a way, body count, a high body count is contra to masculinity or manliness. Let's just say manliness.
It is. And at the end of the day, Stanley, the reason why they're worried about your body count is because they're too stupid to stop chasing women. So they have to see, okay, so how many women you be with? Because I'm still out here chasing bitches. And it's like, oh my.
Yeah, well,
Just acting like a 23-year-old unscripted reptile. Act like he gotta have a bunch of litter of kids everywhere to make sure that he feels good about himself.
MOT. Dude, just like an hour or two ago, Seymour gets up there and he's like 36 or something like that. His thing is, hey, I got more kids than you and you're 56. And my question is, how many of them kids you taking care of?
I have
Motherfucker,
people
less.
say that to me on live stream, Stanley, about, well, guess what? You ain't got no kids. I'm like, I ain't got no kids with the bitches that you complain about. I can guarantee you that shit. So how you got all the kids and you worried about YNs and the bitches ain't acting right? So how does all that add up?
Well, my thing, this was something I said to him last Father's Day. I'm like, how many of them kids even called you on Father's Day? You claim them, but they don't claim you. Dude, these guys are just, and they get all bent out of shape when you point this out to them.
Yeah.
But
well, that don't matter because I had more ass than you, and that, yeah.
Yeah. Well, the thing is people like Ryan Bardwell and all these other fucking just, well, basically trashy motherfuckers, they pay for this. They will tell you that, Stanley, your channel's boring. We're gonna go over to see more because he's meeting their expectations.
Yes.
That's all it is.
Look,
We think
Ryan
all
Bardwell,
black men
go do the Lord's work. Show us who these people are. Don't feel afraid. Go up there and disrespect the ever living hell out of these dudes for $40. Show us who they are.
Well, all I have to say is show me who they are, but stop comparing them to me. Motherfucker.
No.
Dude.
No. They want you to bow down, Stanley. Look. I got this dude for $40. Maybe I could get you for $60.
Well, Ryan Bardwell in particular, I literally told him, you need to self-deport from my panel or I'm gonna ban you. And he self-deported, but then he wants to make a big deal like I miss his money. Dude, he wasn't even the biggest contributor to the show. It's like there are like 3 or 4 black people who were contributing more than he was. Why does he think he's special? But he's really pissed off because I just told him, pack it in, dude. Did you honestly think I tell you to self-deport? It's implied that you take your fucking money with you.
Stanley, somebody tried this shit with me, I think 5 years ago. He was like, well, you know what? I'm donating money to your channel. You ain't going to ban me. Blocked. And I'm like, you know what? Go live so that way I can give you your fucking money back. Yeah, man, I don't fucking need you around here. What's wrong with you? Like, but these dudes actually think that they could just purchase their way on the people's channel. And look.
Right.
You purchase tolerance. That works with weak-ass men. Look. Thank you for showing me who they are. I would never even pay attention to most of these people again. But at the end of the day, there's always going to be another person. These underperforming, loose-lipped, dumb-ass individuals will do anything for money. And then as soon as they get the money, they want to respect the masculinity once they do some menstrual stuff. And I'm like, dude, you ain't going to never get to respect the masculinity. Hey, look, I don't care how large your numbers are. I don't care how much, D the part that you do, dude, you're never gonna be the standard. You might as well stop while you're ahead and stop before you, overstock these communities full of a bunch of unwanted kids because you're too stupid to not understand that don't nobody want your ass around.
Let me address this quick point right here. So Samuel is asking me, don't I think that successful people collaborate with each other?
Yes,
okay. Well, yeah, but I'm not talking about successful people. Okay, Nitish isn't successful. In my opinion, John Galt isn't successful. This question that you asked, Samuel, Now, maybe a lot of people don't quite get me. I literally, uh, I I don't think John Galt is even remotely successful. And this is just not just business wise. I mean, I don't think he's successful as a human being. He's got some deficiencies. So when I hear someone go, why can't black people collaborate and all this stuff? I consider the source. And
Oh,
I don't see anybody on YouTube right now asking that question on a daily basis. I question who the fuck would want to join forces with you? What are you offering to the team?
what they
And
want
if
is
it,
they just want Delta November coverage for their insurance plan. That's all they want. Uh, oh, 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 fam. Oh, fam, well, do you take Delta Novembers? Like, nah, man, we don't take that shit over here. Oh, okay, okay. Get out of our face, man. Get out of our face with this begging mentality. You don't bring anything to the table. Only thing you want to do is sleep with everybody's wives and don't want to get your face knocked off whenever you try to proposition somebody's wife in some disrespectful way. And then we have to encompass your disrespect as part of your, oh, this is something you just gotta deal with. Like, nah, bro. At the end of the day, the end of the day, there are limits to Delta Novemberism. Some can be said, but most of them can be easily beat inside your head because some of them needs to be physically reattuned. And look, my grandfather didn't play games with these people. Listen, kids got straight A's. You go over there and tell them that, oh, well, they don't mean nothing. Hey, man, thank you. Have a nice day. Never come back around. That's
yeah.
it. You're done. But at the end of the day, they want to take advantage of people with no type of standards. What they want is they want the spread of non-standards everywhere. That's the nonsense that they stay on, right? Like what they want is because they want to turn their personal limitations into cultural values. It's not a cultural value that you can't read. That's your dumb ass who can't read and you don't know how anything works and you can't invest in actual society because a societal working is something that you can't leverage for money.
Right.
So that's why they want to whittle everything down to basic statistics about who's producing what and who's actually depleting the women of their actual eggs and their life force to stockpile the community with a whole bunch of dumbass individuals. That's all these dudes want.
And then YouTube is a trip. And you know,
they empower these idiots to come on here. Yeah.
Well, let's look at Matt Walsh here. And feel free to stop this. Dude, this is literally like this is what well, I'm gonna be blunt. This is what white people have come to. And this dude has like 3.5 million viewers.
And that guy has money. There's no real reason for him to be being this stupid. He has money.
Well, that just implies he actually believes his own bullshit. Dude, this is
No. He wants to take advantage of a very specific type of people who he's empowered by. Yeah, he know what to set up the 10 at. You know, because here's the thing. These dudes right here, they can't be around actual white people with money. They have to make content for the Homestead Act land people who was left out there. And they use these.
Did I hear, you know what?
Themselves.
I just heard somebody call those people that. It wasn't you, it was somebody else called them that. You know,
true.
This is the other thing. these people, again, this is why America does not want actual history education. The Homestead Act, I think it was 1853. And then
they had two of them.
Okay, yeah, I honestly didn't even know there were two.
Yes, there were.
I probably need to go back and do some reading. But think about what happened post World War II with the FHA loans, where there
Yes.
was the original white flight was because all these businesses moved out of the city out into the suburbs, and the FHA, I think it was the FHA, financed places like Levittown, and then they wouldn't let black people move in. And then they
Correct.
want to pretend, well, black people were too lazy. Dude, there were literally laws that, the restrictive covenants and shit like that. Have you
And they
heard
were
of
throwing
Richard
bootstraps
Rothstein?
around, even that. Yeah. Oh,
Right.
yeah, like that misinformation. Yeah. Yeah, definitely heard of him. Yeah, but it's like they do things with the government, then they throw bootstraps at you. But they use the government all the time to boost themselves up over everybody else.
Right.
All the time.
Well, I mean,
And this
it not just all the time, it's standard practice. And then
it
they
is.
want to pretend that people are lazy.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of like in the 80s when it was pretty much exposed that everybody who lived on the other side of Highway 82 were all on disability, but they kept telling people that, oh, we worked so hard. No. Y'all living 6 to a trailer and you all were getting crazy checks. That's what happened.
All right, well, let's get to the main event of the day.
Point here that, seeing through this kind of propaganda isn't easy when the propaganda was written more than 70 years ago, but we should try anyway, just to see what we might find out. Again, they're lying blatantly to our faces about events that we all experienced, and that in most cases were caught on video for the whole world to see. If they can and do lie about those sorts of things, imagine what kind of lies they can tell about events that none of us experienced with no videos to go back and check to confirm the record. Consider every supposed racist atrocity from decades or centuries ago, every quote-unquote innocent minority wrongfully persecuted by racist whites. I'm not saying that all of those stories aren't true.
You are.
I'm saying that you can't assume that they are true.
What?
You have to go back with a skeptical eye, willing to question even.
I'm sorry, what?
But he is saying that. He is saying that, right? So
Oh,
what he wants
it's
to do
gonna get
is do a bunch of
this
rage
stuff.
bait
This
and
stuff is gonna
nonsense.
make you laugh. Let me tell you something that people, I think even my sister and my mother were like, Stanley, they didn't say a-hole verbatim, but they insinuated it. Dude, I raised my son to basically, I told him there are such things as stupid questions. People who tell you that all questions are good questions, they are leading you to the wrong place. Don't ask me stupid questions. Now, I'll judge, what's stupid and what's not, I guess. But dude, Matt Walsh wants people to question everything. Some things you should already know the answers to, kind of like a parent, I used to laugh. I'd ask my son a question. Son, you don't think I already know the answer? Question everything is not necessarily good advice. Some things you look like an idiot when you question.
The narratives
like
that are
landing.
most taken.
Question the what?
Yeah. Like questioning the moon landing. Like you got people out there who do that, like flat earthers. Question everything. It's like, man.
Yeah, some people take that question everything to heart, apparently.
And for granted, indeed, especially those narratives. So let's go through a couple of examples now. Let's begin that process today. And let's start with the killing of a 14-year-old black boy named Emmett Till. Now, there's a good chance that you've almost certainly heard of Emmett Till. As the writer Steve Saylor has pointed out, he's not just a fixture in high school history textbooks. He was also center stage during the BLM hysteria of the past few years. Quote, Emmett Till, who was murdered in 1955, has been mentioned in 427 different New York Times articles over just the last 10 years. Emmett Till was mentioned more often in American books in 2022 than in any previous year. So as far as enduring myths go, Emmett Till is certainly up there. The basic narrative, which you've probably been told in school and by the media, is that Till was abducted and lynched by racist white people in Mississippi back in 1955. His crime allegedly was just simply whistling at a pretty white woman in a grocery store. Her name was Carolyn Bryant Donham. That was a serious violation of racial codes at the time, so Bryant, who was very offended, lied to her family and told them that Emmett Till had groped her. This is the story. And in response, Bryant's husband and his half-brother hunted the boy down a few days later, abducted him from a cabin, and brutally lynched him. The story was a major catalyst for the civil rights movement. Many decades later, in her 70s, Bryant admitted that she had lied about Emmett Till. Black activists then demanded that prosecutors charge her with a crime, and ultimately Bryant died before they could get their vengeance. That is the official narrative. A few years ago, when Bryant passed away, CBS News repeated this version of events verbatim on air. Watch.
Carolyn Bryant Donham, the white woman who accused Emmett Till of making advances towards her, has died. 14-year-old Emmett Till was kidnapped and brutally murdered by Bryant's then-husband and his half-brother in Mississippi in 1955 over the allegation. The two men were acquitted in his killing by an all-white jury, but later confessed in an interview. The case gained national attention after Emmett Till's mother allowed Jet magazine to take and publish photos of her son's mutilated body in an open casket. The horrific image shocked the nation and served as the catalyst for the civil rights movement. Years after Till's death, Donham admitted to fabricating parts of her story, although she was never charged with a crime.
Now, the problem here is that virtually every aspect of what that anchor just said is a fabrication. First of all, Emmett Till was not accused of merely making advances towards Bryant. That's an extremely, I guess we would say, sanitized and deliberately misleading way to present the story. According to Bryant's testimony.
Let me jump ahead right here.
Wow.
And he doesn't really ask the right questions in my mind. And there's a video after this, that conservative historian that I just talked about. He actually addresses this horrible ahistorical assessment that Matt Walsh does. We're not going to watch the whole thing, but parts, we're going to start, kind of where, he starts actually throwing strikes. But this store was owned by what's her name? It was a family store. Apparently she and her husband were running it. My thing is, she talks about all this aggressive behavior that Emmett Till was doing. Were they the only two in the store? Turns out,
yes, they were.
No, they weren't.
Oh, really?
So Matt Walsh doesn't even touch upon. There are like two witnesses who dispute Matt Walsh's version of it. And fairly recently, he doesn't cover any of this. He's cherry picking as people of limited intellect, or he's just you know what? I'm not going to even call him limited. He's just fucking outright disingenuous. And
yeah, he is.
He knows his fans and his subscribers are fucking idiots.
Court, as well as her memoir, Emmett Till grabbed her hand and said, "How about a date, baby?" And when she tried to flee, Emmett Till followed her to the cash register, forcefully grabbed her waist and said, "What's the matter, baby? Can't you take it?" He told her she didn't need to be afraid and explained, quote, "I've been with white women before." Emmett Till did not leave the store until one of his friends entered and forcefully removed him. So this was, according to her, an attempted sexual assault, not just an advance. Now, these facts are obviously not flattering for Emmett Till, and for what it's worth, this behavior would not be out of character for the Till family. I think it's worth noting Emmett's father was named Lewis Till. He enlisted in the Army during World War II to avoid going to prison for domestic violence. But Lewis Till's behavior did not change overseas. He was court-martialed for the murder of an Allied civilian during the Italian campaign, as well as the rape of two pregnant Italian women. Ultimately, he was found guilty and hanged. And incidentally, he had been incarcerated at the same military prison as the American poet Ezra Pound, who was jailed for treason. Pound even wrote a verse about Libas Till saying, "Till was hung yesterday for murder and rape with trimmings." Now, of course, the fact that Emmett Till's father was a domestic abuser and a rapist does not by itself demonstrate that Emmett Till did anything wrong. But,
Yeah,
if
that's
we're
why you brought
just
it
being
up.
logical about it, it makes it more likely that he would engage in similar conduct. And taken together with Bryant's testimony, it's obviously context that makes her claim more credible, though still none of us can ever know for sure what really happened in that store that day. I mean, we really don't know for sure. But the major lie about Emmett Till is what happened many years after his death. And the claim from the left and the media and activists is that Bryant later recanted her allegations that Emmett Till had physically assaulted her. They say that Bryant admitted in her dying years that she made the whole thing up and she feels really bad about it. This is a core part of the story, and here's ABC repeating that claim. Listen.
Let me pause right here. I just timed Palomino Ricky Z out. Now this motherfucker, now he's known me for at least a couple years. And I think some of these people, well, he's kind of childish sometimes. I guess he just wants to see if I'm paying attention or what he can get away with. Or he is used to being in like John Galt's chat or
So used to being tolerated.
well, no, he's used to being in anti-black spaces. So this is what he wrote. Blacks aren't known for being honest. Now he wrote that in my chat, and quite frankly, I timed him out for 5 minutes. Might just fucking ban him for 24 hours. Why should a black man tolerate that low budget motherfucker who never comes up on panels? He hides in the chat and types shit like that. He'll never come up to a panel and defend that obscenity. So he'll probably come back and be defiant. I don't think Rick Palomino Ricky Z is that white. He's certainly not. He's probably. I made a joke the other day about him. If white people are so great and high IQ, it's hard for me to believe he's white because most times he's just spouting like an idiot. So if he is white, he's not one of the smart ones.
We're coming. Reverend Wheeler Parker says that his Bible tells him to forgive. And he says that's what he's doing here. Thank you. Taking an overnight train to Mississippi with his wife, trying to make peace. Oh my goodness. With the murder of his cousin by a clan of racists.
If you dwell on it, you'll come out of it injured.
Nearly 70 years ago to this day. This is where the white woman who worked here claimed that his 14-year-old cousin had grabbed her, put his hands around her waist, and then told her he had slept with white women before. It was all over the daily papers with quotes from a young Wheeler Parker calling 21-year-old Carolyn Bryant a pretty lady, interviews he says he never gave. Bryant and her husband Roy owned the store. In 2007, she told a book writer that she lied, and then she died in 2023, never apologizing to the black families.
What you should notice about all these stories is how definitive they are. All the official versions of the Emmett Till story make the claim that beyond a shadow of a doubt, Bryant admitted she was wrong. Pretty much everyone accepts this version of events to the point that just a couple of years ago, black activists tried to have the elderly woman thrown in prison. At the time, she was in her 80s and in failing health.
Let me ask you about
But they didn't care.
that.
They went all the way to a grand jury.
I remember when that happened. Did you have any thoughts on that? Them trying to, after all these years, put her, bring her up on charges.
Yeah, but that
I
would have
personally thought it was a waste of time.
Yeah, at this point, yeah. I mean, like, what you gonna throw an 81 year? I mean, but Germany don't play that stuff with them Nazis. So you can come in here,
Right,
with,
yeah.
with that oxygen bottle, and you can sit in this cell, partner.
Shoot, they hunted them, they hunted them in their 90s.
Oh yeah, hey, no doubt. I mean, but
I just thought it was
she
a
got
bad
to enjoy. She got to enjoy her whole life, man. Like
right.
80 something. It's like, look. The end of the day, she came out and she just pretty much said that she lied, and it's pretty much irrefutable. So I don't see what Walsh's point is here, because it's irrefutable about what happened. But with these people and what they do to their racist audience is they go overboard on things that they know that they shouldn't be doing, and it's real easy how you actually solve all these issues. I mean, I'm not going to bring up what the actual way to do it. At the end of the day, there were consequences for going that far on stuff. So what they do is they try to hide behind free speech means that, I can't have any consequences for actions because I'm just here just being free. It's like, nah, man. At some point, you got to recognize that you just can't be going that far on all types of issues that you shouldn't. But that's just where we at with these people. But look, I guarantee you for $100 super chat, some of these anti-black blood,
let's see, I'm looking.
I mean, but there are
let's
people
see,
out there like
Samuel's-
that, man. I mean, it's just that.
Well, Matt,
What it is
Samuel,
they're just rage baiting you, and you shouldn't fall for it. They should just laugh at it. Yeah, what you want.
well, Matt thinks it is. Matt thinks it is refutable, which is fine. He can ask questions about the investigation and all this stuff, but two things that can't be refuted: that it was a crime to murder Emmett Till,
That's what I'm
and
saying.
that
So why don't you bring up things about his father and it's nothing to do with
whether
Emmett Till's
whether
death?
the story is refutable or not, it doesn't matter. Even if everything was false, it still doesn't justify the murder. And this is
murder
why I
is
think
wrong.
Matt.
Throwing somebody
This is why,
in a river, wrong.
right? Well, shit, they didn't just throw him; they weighted it down.
Yeah.
Here's the deal: all Matt Walsh is doing is dog whistling, refuting this. Doesn't change the crime, the nature of the crime, etc. And then I'm not going to even tell you the worst thing that Matt does because it's coming up here in a couple minutes.
Which rejected their claims. Watch.
Well, a grand jury in Mississippi today declined to indict the white woman whose accusations set off the lynching of Emmett Till nearly 70 years ago. Carolyn Bryant Dunham, now 88, initially claimed that Till made unwanted advances towards her at her family's grocery store. It led to the brutal torture and lynching of the 14-year-old. The prosecutor said the grand jury found insufficient evidence to charge Dunham.
Here's just a few of the top comments on that video to give you an idea of the public reaction. Quote, "She's definitely going to hell." Quote, "You got to be kidding me. Don't worry. God knows what you did. We know what you did. One day you'll receive what you deserve. May God hold Emmett in his hands." Quote, "Always angers me when the truly evil live to a ripe old age." Now, those are the least deranged quotes I could find. It's all out bloodlust over a dying woman in her 80s. And it's all based on a total fabrication. Bryant never recanted her allegation. The claim that she recanted was made by a historian named Timothy Tyson. He wrote a book in 2017 called The Blood of Emmett Till, in which he claimed that Bryant recanted her claims about Till in 2008, many decades after the incident. He recorded all of his interviews for the book, including his interviews with Bryant, standard practice for historians who are writing a book. So you'd think he'd be able to support his claims, especially a claim as explosive as that one. But it turns out that somehow Tyson's transcripts and audio recordings did not capture this bombshell admission. The FBI opened an investigation into Tyson's claims, since it would obviously be relevant to a criminal proceeding, even if the statute of limitations had expired, and they found no support for it whatsoever. This is from the Washington Post. The article is from 2021. Quote,
And let me just preview what's gonna come up. They refuted that claim, but he missed the part about the FBI taking statements from actual witnesses from that day. Somehow or another, he missed that part. Interesting. She didn't confess, but there are some witnesses who dispute, not like eyewitnesses who were in the store, dispute it. He seems to have missed that part.
The Justice Department has closed the latest federal investigation into the 1955 lynching of Emmett Till in rural Mississippi. Federal authorities reopened the case 3 years ago after a new book reported that Bryant had denied in an interview that Till had made any advances. In theory, that could have meant she lied in decades-old court proceedings. Justice Department officials said Monday that when the FBI questioned Bryant about these allegations, about these alleged statements to the book's author, she said she did not make them, and the author's interview tape and transcripts do not show her making such statements. The book said Bryant told Tyson that Till had not come on to her sexually, a disclosure that directly contradicted her testimony 6 decades earlier, when she told a jury that Till grabbed her by the waist and uttered obscenities. In a statement, Justice Department said the FBI was unable to confirm Tyson's assertion that Donham had recanted her prior testimony. When agents interviewed her, she denied ever recanting and provided no new information, Justice Department statement said. Authorities concluded there was insufficient evidence to prove that she ever told the professor that any part of her testimony was untrue. Although the professor represented that he had recorded 2 interviews with her, he provided the FBI with only 1 recording, which did not contain any recantation. A transcript of Tyson's other interview also did not contain the alleged recantation, officials said. Separately, NBC News reported that, quote, but Donham denied to federal investigators that she lied in her testimony, a source of knowledge of the case said, and there were inconsistencies with statements made by Tyson. So to recap, to this day, they're lying to us about what the woman alleged Emmett Till did to her. They're lying by claiming the woman recanted her claim. She didn't. And they're burying a lot of information about the case, about Emmett Till, including the fact that his father was a rapist. And with all that in mind, you have to wonder if they're telling the truth about any aspect of this particular story. I mean, once they're willing to fabricate important details in order to create a myth, for the purposes of launching the civil rights movement, then there's no reason to trust anything they say about it. Now, does that mean that his killing was justified? No, obviously not. It was a brutal murder. We know that. There's really no disputing that. But the popular narrative about this case leaves out important details and blatantly lies about others. And there's no disputing.
See, this is what I think Matt Walsh gets wrong.
Wow.
It's all about the murder. It's all about the crime. Okay,
I don't care
all
about his
this
father or
stuff,
none of that shit has
all
nothing to do
this
with the murder.
stuff. Oh, dude, he's gonna go in on the father. Dude, it's disgusting what he does. But even if everything that Matt Walsh says is true, it doesn't negate that the crime happened, and it doesn't negate that
Still died at 14.
Dude, if he did all that stuff, these dumb fucks didn't even leave anything to charge with a crime. That's the problem. If he did all that, he didn't even get a chance to have a fair trial. That is the civil rights part of it. Why would you just go out and do vigilante justice like that? And Matt Walsh and his little minions, they will do everything but admit that a heinous crime happened. The rest of it is kind of bullshit 70 years later.
That either. Which makes you wonder about, what else about the story they aren't telling us. Nothing about the story or any of these kinds of stories can be taken on faith anymore. Doesn't mean they're all wrong. Any of these kinds of stories you learned in school, you should go back again and check. You cannot assume that any of them are entirely true, and many of them might be entirely wrong. And in fact, lynchings in general are one of the most inflammatory aspects of American history. And Therefore, nobody wants to be honest about them. There's a hysteria about lynchings that led to a federal anti-lynching bill just a few years ago, if you remember that. Even though no black person has been lynched in this country at all in living memory, white people have certainly been attacked for their skin color, as we saw at the top of the show. But there have been no anti-black lynchings at all in many, many decades. And, there's this idea that if you object to any of the propaganda about lynching, then you must endorse the murder of innocent black people. But that's obviously not true. And all that matters is the truth. That's all we're saying about all these stories. What actually happened? What is the truth? You're saying some things that aren't true. I want to know what the actual truth is. That's all. Now, the popular narrative about lynching today is that it was a form of murderous violence inflicted by white people on black people for racial reasons. Now, it's true, of course, that those kinds of lynchings have occurred in American history. Not anytime recently, which is what made that anti-lynching bill so ridiculous, not to mention the fact that lynching was already very much illegal anyway. And yet even Tuskegee University, which is a historically black university, admits that between 1882 and 1968, this is according to their tally, more than 27% of lynching victims were white. Now, if lynching was a form of racial violence, then why would a significant percentage of the victims be white? The answer is that historically, lynching was a form of mob justice. In the vast majority of cases, the victim, white or black, or any race, was accused of committing a serious crime. Now, often, we can't know exactly how often, but they were indeed guilty of committing the crime. The important point is that lynching was not an exclusively racial form of violence. Often it had nothing to do with race at all. I mean, we can confidently say that most of the 27% of white victims, assuming that percentage is not an undercount, which is a very massive assumption, but we can assume that they were not lynched, for racial reasons. Does it make sense then to assume that every black victim was lynched for racial reasons? Of course it doesn't. In a certain significant percent of cases, they were lynched for the same reason whites were lynched, because they had committed or were accused of committing a crime. And lynching was not invented in 1882, by the way. It had been used all through the early history of the United States and before that. It happened during colonial times, too. We don't have any data, as far as I could find, on the racial makeup of the victims in the early 19th century and prior to that. But there is good reason to suspect that a large number of them, perhaps even a majority, perhaps even a large majority, were white. And this wasn't just mob justice. Sometimes it was. Sometimes mobs of angry townsfolk banded together to kill some alleged wrongdoer. And sometimes they would do that even though they had a court system and jails that could have brought the alleged criminal to justice in a, civilized and constitutional way. But sometimes lynching was less a case of mob justice and more a case of frontier justice. Large swaths of the American territory through much of its early history didn't really have a functioning court system. So there wasn't much you could do with murderers, rapists, and cattle thieves in those cases, but execute them quickly. And, sometimes they would leave their bodies hanging from a tree as a warning to anyone who might think of committing similar crimes. It was brutal and ugly, but sometimes brutal and ugly options were the only ones available. Maybe you can think of a better way to deal with like a murderer if you're living in a frontier town and there's no court system and no jail and you've got someone who just murdered someone or is a rapist. What are you supposed to do with that person? Again, we have a story that is much more complicated than the one told today by the media and the education system. Lynchings happened for hundreds of years. A huge number of them had nothing to do with race. Some of them were actually justified and necessary. Some of them were not. Some of them were racial killings. Some of them were not. We can't possibly know what the percentages look like. We can't break it down into a pie chart. And so instead, the popular narrative has simplified the pie.
So I missed part of it, but he's trying to justify lynchings, right?
Yeah, he is. He is.
Did he just say some were justified? When the fuck is a lynching justified?
He pretended like people didn't get locked up for stealing property in the West. What are you talking about? Those people did get prosecuted for that. But lynching is not how it happened.
Yeah, like I said, this is all around the barn but none of it even relevant to the actual crime. It literally isn't.
Not even a
And Samuel, I don't know why we always get into this back and forth. There is no honest conversation to be had. What Matt Walsh is talking about is irrelevant. The crime, we all agree it was a crime. It might be important for the historical record to know what
The crime
led
was
to
murder.
the crime.
Yeah, I mean the crime was
Yeah.
murder. What's going on
It
here?
was a murder, and the boy never had a chance to stand trial. Everything else is irrelevant. Okay, honest conversation about what exactly? Honest conversation about whether Matt Walsh has a point? Tell me, what is the honest conversation that you expect to have listening to this narrative so far? Because I'm in the dark.
No, I mean, like, what
The
they
k-
mean by honest conversation is
I have
embodying.
no clue what he means.
No.
Honest conversation about Matt Walsh's take on whether Emmett Till had been too I don't know, fresh is the southern word. What the fuck does it matter whether she was
The crime
lying
was
or
murder.
not? To be
No, the crime
honest,
was murder. The crime was murder. The dude
right?
was weighed down and thrown in a creek. That's not disputable.
Well, apparently, what led up to it is in dispute, and I guess that's a conversation if you're interested in what led up to it. Like, what basically Matt Walsh's narrative is that if the part about Emmett Till, just being way too forward, it comes down to, did he deserve
Yeah.
the murder to be murdered? And
Yeah.
the obvious, if you want to have an honest conversation, even if he did everything that Matt Walsh insinuates he did, the honest question is, did he deserve to be murdered? And if you actually think that's up for debate, then dude, there is no honest conversation to be had. Son, Samuel, we always wind up back and forth with, honestly, it's a dumb fucking question. It's a dumb video. Who cares? The boy was murdered.
Yeah.
The
and that's like,
actual
this had nothing to do with
salient
his father.
questions are, did she lie? And even
Yes.
if she lied or didn't lie, the murder's
murder
still
still
going to
wasn't
be illegal.
justified. Yeah.
Exactly. This is really just for the sake of being racist and dog whistling. That's all this is. What's he trying to do? Disprove that there was a murder?
And the way he's doing it, no one would ever do
honest
that. But
conversation.
no,
Dude, it astounds me that honest conversation even comes up. Matt Walsh is not having an honest conversation.
but what they mean by honest conversation is hearing all opinions and dismissing all bullshit. And you don't need to hear opinions about certain things. You just don't.
Look, and maybe I just think, like, sometimes you have to, especially 70 years later, and the lady's dead, by the way.
Oh yeah.
Why even do this video? Seriously, what is the purpose of this video? The lady who may or may not have lied, and in my opinion, likely lied. But let's just keep a quote open mind about it. It doesn't matter now. Everybody involved is dead except one or two witnesses. Why? What would be the purpose of Matt Walsh putting out this video in 2026 other than to dog whistle?
And to make it look like lynching wasn't that bad. Oh, everybody got lynched. It wasn't just him. No, they didn't have a justice system back then. So, mob justice just came together and killed people. Oh, 27% of the people were white. Yeah, and those 27% of people probably was trying to help black people. All right. So
Well,
it's just that it encourages more conversation that don't need to be had. And that's what most of this stuff is about. So
well, let me tell you what the real agenda is, at least in my opinion, and it's just in my opinion, and I'm going to put together a couple circumstantial pieces of evidence. This is to undermine the legitimacy of the 1960s civil rights movement.
of
You've
course that's what
heard Trump say that, hey, civil rights, was a good thing, but it disadvantaged white men. You've got the anti-DEI. You've got, the end of, you got the VRA, second, what is it?
Section
Second,
2. Section 2.
Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. All of a sudden, blacks aren't being disenfranchised, but they're certainly being, power is going to be lost. You've got all these things that are being undone that the civil rights movement achieved. And you keep hearing Matt Walsh talk about how the Emmett Till murder was kind of like a critical mass type event that gave, the moral righteousness to the civil rights movement. That's what they're trying to do. They're just trying to delegitimize the civil rights movement.
It's their way of undermining things. And the thing is
Correct.
that when you don't allow for open debate about history, where they have to bring factual information, this is how they do business. It's how they got rid of DEI. It's how they got rid of the Voting Rights Act over years and time. Like, oh, we're never going to touch Section 2. And they start cutting all pieces out of it. Then all of a sudden, once they got the ability to be activist judges, they got rid of Section 2. I'll say,
Right.
look, I think it's all good. Just have checks and balances. By us removing Section 2 of the Civil Rights, the Voting Rights Act, did this cause this? Yes or no? Bring your arguments to court. Bring your arguments. Because
Well,
if you shut down
the
debate,
thing is Donald Trump, MAGA, this, and a bunch of MAGA blacks too, they literally want to act like, oh, hey, in 2026, everything's cool. We have finally reached that mountaintop. And I'm telling you right now, you just hang out on YouTube and you hear an Imperius or Ryan Bardwell or a Palomino, and then you'll hear some black content creators. Dude, we have not reached that mountaintop. As a matter of fact, I don't think we will if we have some of the people that I hear day in and day out. Not only are they racist, but they are just dumb and proudly dumb. That's what scares me. These people are raising kids.
Yeah, but they're like, what you gonna do? You gonna unplug my microphone? You gonna cut my internet off? I'm gonna be ignorant AF, and there ain't nothing you're gonna be able to do about it. That's what they want. Like, to them, this is power. To these idiots, this is power. Yeah.
Now, Ricky Palomino, Ricky Z. Let me bring this up, dude. These guys are fucking idiots. And look, this is another thing.
They just want to hijack the show with these bullshit comments. So.
Oh, I'm not worried about them hijacking it. So this is what a lot of these fucking people do. Dirty, I'm not MAGA technically, but I definitely wanted Trump to win. Apparently, he didn't fucking vote either. A lot of these motherfuckers, they don't vote. So technically, they're not MAGA. Let's see, Clarice. Yeah, this ball space and the white space I was in. or I could compare all the blacks I've known on her. This is just illiterate. I don't even understand what the fuck that means. But there was something that he wrote earlier. Samuel, if you're not happy at the pace I'm playing the video, the link is in the show notes. You can play it through on your own. You don't need me to do it because I'm going to pause it when the fuck I want to. There was something. Let me just read it to you because I have it on my phone. It says, Palomino Ricky Z says, all you guys have against us is calling us racist. I'm not calling you racist. I'm saying you are racist. Okay, I'm not making it up. Dude, you just got timed out for some racist bullshit that you typed. By the way, MOT, this is something that I really just kind of, it dawned on me the other day talking to some of these folks. Dude, they think, and this is black and white on YouTube, they think if you say some racist comment as a joke, it's not racist. I'm like, yeah, it is. You know, you don't have to dislike, you know, if you call someone the N-word, even if it's a term of endearment, it's a racist slur. They think that you have to hate somebody, or you have to dislike somebody, or you have to be unfair to somebody. It's not racist if I don't, it's not racist if I call you an N-word and I like you. Yeah, it is. Like or dislike really has nothing to do with it. And that's what our education system is doing to these kids. They actually believe that you can't be racist unless you mean it with vitriol. Like, dude, they have dumbed down. They have dumbed down America's education system to a point to where you almost want to give up. It's like, God damn, at least my son isn't this stupid. Let's see, what else has Ricky been writing? You're not the official on who? Oh yeah, I am. Want to know why? Because there's no, dude, all you got to do is pick up a book. The Field Sisters. It's called Racecraft. Karen Fields was that female black historian who was featured prominently in Ken Burns' Civil War. She and her sister, Catherine, I think it is, wrote a book years ago called Racecraft, where they go into race and American culture very deeply, and it's considered a classic. Why don't you start there so you can get an idea of what's racist and what's not? You're not going to learn it on YouTube, Ricky. You're not going to learn much on YouTube. You have to bring the knowledge with you, because if you don't have knowledge before you get to YouTube, it's pretty rare that you find something, new on YouTube. So I'm not an authority on what's racist, but I know more than you do, apparently. So let us go forth, finish this up.
So that the racial killings are the whole pie. And now lynching has become a symbol of anti-black racism. But historically, the concept of lynching did not have that automatic racial connotation. It's only relatively recently that the noose has become this like racially charged symbol. But it should tell you something, that literally every prominent case of a racist noose being left somewhere to intimidate black people at any point this century has turned out to be a hoax. All of them have been hoaxes. And maybe that should tell you something. One of the most powerful scenes, for my money, in the miniseries Lonesome Dove, one of the great pieces of, of television or film ever made, But one of the most powerful scenes is when Tommy Lee Jones's character lynches a group of thieves and murderers, and including one of them who was a former friend. All of them were white. Now, it's fiction, obviously, but also a pretty fair reflection of historical reality, a pretty fair reflection of what lynching looked like and why it was done in many, many cases all throughout American history. But importantly, 35 years ago, when the show came out, 35, 40 years ago, whatever it was, nobody flagged the lynching scene as some kind of
And see, this is what these morons do. Nightish is famous for this. They always go to movies. The fuck? Movies are fiction. You know, even the biographical type movies, they're embellished. Why do these morons always talk about movies when they're looking for examples? Well, I can tell you why, at least in my opinion, they don't read books.
Of course not. I mean, like Ghostbusters is a documentary. Django Unchained is a documentary. You know, what's going on?
historical whitewashing. It looked normal to the audience because that's how everyone understood the concept of lynching until, I would argue, the last 20 years or so. And that's when the propaganda went into overdrive.
Just to give some context to the story. So from what we've been presented so far, it's easy to assume that what we basically are left with is that we have this woman, Bryant, and we have Emmett Till in the store, and we basically have her word, and there's no other witnesses, there's no other evidence.
Yeah, this is the rebuttal to it. This is that same guy who's like I guess he's a center right conservative who basically thinks that MAGA's effed up conservatism, or what, should be conservatism, so much that he would rather criticize them, get, quote, his house in order, and then he'll go after the left. But let me respond to Broke Genius. And it's good to see you, Genius. He's asking, is Matt Walsh, I guess, trying to say Emmett Till was a hoax? No. Essentially, what he's trying to do is what these far-right weirdos do, is blame the victim. Essentially, he's saying Emmett Till might have deserved it.
They want to bleed the lines of what lynching means and then try to reframe it as this is the way business was done against quote-unquote bad people. But we're not saying that for Emmett Till, but we're talking about Emmett Till and we're bleeding the lines of lynching.
Well, I mean, they talk about Matt Walsh talked about his father, who basically was one of I think they said he was the only one in World War II. There were two people executed in World War II, one for desertion, and Emmett Till's father was apparently was found guilty of murdering and raping in Italy. Fine, but what does that have to do with Emmett Till and what he did? Well, Matt Walsh says that essentially the apple didn't fall far from the tree. Essentially, what Matt Walsh is trying to do is basically, how they'll say, well, there's this whole logic it was almost inevitable. Hey, it shouldn't have happened, but he kind of deserved it. George Floyd was a drug user, and he just had kind of like a real less than honorable life. So it was almost inevitable that he was going to wind up, where he did and get killed and all this. They do that. It is so fucking racist, that type of argument. And going back and looking up Emmett Till's father, who was not alive at the time, I don't think Emmett Till was 14, so this kid was way under 10 when his father, he probably didn't even remember his father. It's just so much dog whistling. And who gives credence to this type of argument? The murder was the murder. It doesn't matter what led up to the murder. The problem is the murder. And giving someone like
never
Matt
mattered
Walsh
who
the
his father
time
was.
of day is a problem. And by the way, it was Speak Radio who told me about it. I don't subscribe to Matt Walsh. Why would I do that? But Speak Radio wanted me to talk about it. And once again, contributing to the show includes show ideas and stuff like that. So if there's something you all want me to take a look at, feel free to do it, or email it to me. Or some of you in the Discord. I don't have a Discord, but some of you, like I'm on Universal Jones's Discord, so some of you can contact me there. Some people just DM me on Discord, which is fine. But I just wanted to say I don't subscribe to Matt Walsh. Am not inclined to do so now for sure. Matt Walsh is a despicable character. And knowing what I know about Matt Walsh, I'm not inclined to give him the benefit of the doubt on arguments. I'm old enough, and I've known about Matt Walsh for years. No, I'm not willing to give him a fair shot at any of his arguments. I'm not saying some of his arguments aren't, valid, but I'm not willing to give him that time of day. He hasn't earned my respect that way. There are conservatives I would, but I don't even think Matt Walsh is a conservative. I think he is basically a far-right extremist. So we'll listen to what this guy has. I'm sorry?
So which is easy to do based on the demographics of the country. It's pretty easy to do that.
Well, I even think within, what, I'm not going to go into that now. I was going to talk about the white demographic. But I'm going to save that. I'm going to table that for now.
Easy to assume that what we basically are left with is that we have this woman, Bryant, and we have Emmett Till in the store, and we basically have her word, and there's no other witnesses, there's no other evidence, and no investigation was able to determine whether or not she was lying or telling the truth or what really happened, and that we'll never really know. But the fact is there is a lot of other evidence, and Matt Walsh has been referring to FBI investigations, so let's go down that road. There were other people with Emmett Till, at least two. Both of them said that they didn't see anything inappropriate, that all they saw him do was whistle, and that even that whistle just freaked them out because they knew right away that him whistling at a white woman in the context of the time and place in which they were was dangerous. So they acknowledged that's what happened. In fact, one of them said it scared us half to death. We were almost in shock. We couldn't get out of there fast enough because we had never heard of anything like that before. A black boy whistling at a white woman in Mississippi? No. He said the Ku Klux Klan and Night Riders were part of our daily lives. And then during the murder trial itself, Bryant testified that Till grabbed her hand while she was stocking candy, said, "How about a date, baby?" After she freed herself from his grasp, Till followed her to the cash register, grabbed her waist, and said, "What's the matter, baby? Can't you take it?" Bryant said she freed herself. Till said, "You needn't be afraid of me, baby." Used one unprintable word.
Let me stop this one time to deal with this comment here. Let's see here. Let's see. So No Chaser says they also hooked up white to a tree. So how is that racist only against black people? Well, let me tell you, you think they hung white people because of race? The fuck, dude? Usually they weren't hanging white people because they were white. It's because they committed some crime. There are plenty of black people who were hung for no crime at all. Like Emmett Till, for instance. He wasn't hung, but he was lynched. Lynching isn't only hanging from a tree. It's a broader definition than that. How many, now I don't know this, I'm going to go off just my memory. How many postcards were made of white people lynched from a tree? How many white people had their privates cut off? Or I remember this one incident in Atlanta years and years ago where they like had pieces of this black man they lynched. I can't remember the exact name of the case, but it's famous. But they just chopped off fingers and stuff like that, and it was hanging in a butcher store window. Okay, again, no chaser. They weren't lynching white people for racial reasons. Black people, yes, they were. And by the way, white or black, lynching technically was illegal. Vigilante justice, even back in them days, it was illegal. So it really, if you think about it, the lynching part of it, it doesn't matter whether it's racial or not, it's illegal. I know just from surface reading, I'm not going to go back and research like common knowledge. Black people in the South, men and women and kids, hung for racial reasons. White people, I can't think of one that I've come across. Correct me if I'm wrong. Again, bad question. It stuns me. White people were hung too. How could it be racial? Well, easy. Depends on why they were hung. And by the way, white people shouldn't have been hung either.
Yeah, because what they do is they both sides the issue without understanding context. And they don't understand that the context is to bleed the lines between what lynching was when there's a specific and particular definition of what it is that we're not even talking about, because it's assumed that you know what lynching is, right? But according to this guy, lynching was meant something else, because everybody got lynched, and if everybody got lynched, then nobody got lynched. Yeah.
Well, no chaser, don't be too hard on him. He's a friend of the show.
No, it's cool. It's just that some questions you can't
answer. Is that you got to know the history, or even if you don't know the details of the history, I think it's common knowledge that they would basically do postcards. There are pictures in history books of men, women, and children with the body hanging there. They would fucking like pack picnic lunches. And people would come from all over the place just to witness.
That's why it's called picnics. It's like, oh God.
But the thing is that lynching in and of itself, obviously a crime. But white people being lynched, no. There's like lynchings in Indiana. They would lynch Catholics, and it wasn't just race. See, what he should have said is lynchings weren't always about race. Sometimes they weren't, especially if those lynchings were white. But more than likely, if it was a black person lynched, say in like 1920 something, it was about race.
Come on, man.
A lot of these people didn't have trials. In the South, blacks, basically, you couldn't even, if you were a black lawyer, you couldn't even
be in the courtroom.
There's just all kinds of details, to prevent having a question like that even asked.
And then said, I've been with white women before. Bryant also alleged that one of Till's companions came into the store, grabbed him by the arm, and ordered him to leave. But decades later, one of the witnesses challenged the account given by Bryant and said at the trial that Wright claims he entered the store Wright is the companion, entered the store less than a minute after Till had been left alone inside with Bryant, said he saw no inappropriate behavior and heard no lecherous conversation. Wright said Emmett Till paid for his items and we left the store together. In their 2006 investigation of the case, the FBI noted that a second anonymous source who was confirmed to have been in the store at the same time as Till and his cousin supported that account. So someone who didn't want to be named, who was present, confirmed that what Simeon Wright said happened is how things went down. So this is the FBI's own investigation. So if we're going to take the FBI at face value for what happened in terms of whether or not Carolyn Bryant recanted or not, then let's also take them at face value in saying they investigated and they have a source who was present, an eyewitness who said that Carolyn Bryant was lying about what happened, okay, as were Till's companions. So other than Carolyn Bryant, anybody who was present says that she was making that up, that none of that beyond a whistle happened, okay? So if we're gonna go down this road, Matt Walsh, let's look at the evidence, okay? But again, none of this changes anything. The end result was still that he was beaten and murdered. Another little bit of context before we get back to the video is that after this happened, after the boys left the store, Carolyn Bryant went out to her car and grabbed a gun that she had in the car and took it back with her. Her husband was on a shrimp hauling trip at the time and didn't return right away. When he came back, Carolyn Bryant did not tell her husband about it because she said, she told the FBI she didn't tell her husband because she was afraid that he would assault Emmett Till if she told him. He actually found out from someone else who frequented the store about what happened. He aggressively questioned several young black men who entered the store. That evening, Bryant, with a black man named J.W. Washington, approached a black teenager walking alongside a road. He ordered Washington to seize the boy, put him in the back of a pickup truck, and took him to be identified by a companion of Carolyn's who had witnessed the episode with Till. I'm going to guess this might be the same person who was the anonymous source later who said that nothing more than a whistling happened. Okay, let's continue.
Must endorse the murder of innocent black people, but that's obviously not true. And all that matters is the truth.
So he's been talking in the context of lynching. The last verified actual lynching within the definition of lynching of a black man happened in 1981. That everything that's happened since doesn't fall under that strict definition, but just again, context.
That's all we're saying about all these stories. What actually happened? What is the truth? You're saying some things that aren't true. I want to know what the actual truth is. That's all.
Okay, so why aren't you presenting the entire story then? Why aren't you presenting everything I just presented? If we're after the truth, let's look at all of it. Let's acknowledge all of it. The parts that we like, the parts that we don't like. Instead of just trying to push back against one tiny sliver of this bigger story. Because that to me sounds like you're pushing a narrative and not the truth.
Now, the popular narrative about lynching today is that it was a form of murderous violence inflicted by white people on black people for racial reasons. Now,
absolutely, absolutely 100% true.
That those kinds of lynchings have occurred in American history. Not anytime recently, which is what made that anti-lynching bill so ridiculous, not to mention the fact that lynching was already very much illegal anyway.
And I'll agree with him on that. I've always been concerned about the idea of hate crime specializations when it comes to things like murder, as if somehow a crime is worse, that your motive was based on them being gay or being black, than if you murdered them because of jealousy or because you wanted to take their money or you wanted to cover up another crime.
Oh, no, stop right here.
And yet even Tuskegee University.
I disagree. Because if they know the feds are coming in to punish some shit, then the feds are going to come in where the local doesn't come in to do stuff. And that's why you have federal law that supersedes local law, because the locals are not going to be able to do anything. and they were unwilling to do anything in most of these cases. That's why they had to have, the type of legislation there, so that way there can be some type of, federal stuff when the locals wouldn't step up. So I disagree with conservatives when they say stuff like that, but they leave out the actual context that the local prosecutors were just not going to prosecute these people, hate crimes or not. That's why they had to come in with the feds.
Well,
so that
look
way they
at
could be
look at the
prosecuted
Ahmaud Arbery case. Just to
Yeah.
pick out like an example that comes to mind, dude. The only reason Ahmaud Arbery got any sort of justice is because one of the murderers got real cocky and put the video up online.
Yeah,
The
stupid as shit.
the county prosecutor or DA or whatever she was, because one of the perpetrators of the crime was a former a
Law
police
enforcement official.
officer and
Yeah.
investigator. No, she just said, "Hey, you know what? Everything's okay." And then the feds got in. Most of these hate crimes are federal. It's just
Yeah,
a
all of
way of the feds getting involved. But let me say this, and you're former law enforcement, you can help me with this because I don't know if I'm right. But if crime, if punishment for crime is supposed to be a deterrent, what's wrong with tacking on more deterrent on top? I okay, let's make a hate crime worse than some anonymous crime where you actually target the person. How is targeting a person based on some protected class, why is tacking something extra on worse? Okay, you're literally targeting
it's not.
someone for a specific protected class. Yeah, I mean, I understand his argument, but I actually think that if it's a deterrent, tag on some more deterrent. I understand that it's already a crime, but you know what? Let's add a little extra on for targeting someone for something that is, what is it? Something about civil rights. These are things that you are innate to the person, like skin color, sex, disabilities. These are things that that are just basically like stuff you're born with. Targeting someone for something that is inalterable, yeah, it's more heinous. Tag on some more deterrent or some more punishment.
I mean, but for him, he's never going to be targeted because he's white, and that's why he doesn't give a damn about it overall.
Well,
Which is
he's
why I
less
don't care.
likely. Sometimes, it's way less likely, but whites get targeted.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, okay. So let's take
Some of the
instance.
gang violence.
Okay, so let's take Florida, for instance, that has enhanced charges of if you do a robbery and you have a weapon, you get 20 extra years on top of what you're already getting. So that way they can
Right.
get your ass off the street forever. Or Texas, same thing. If you do a crime and you have a weapon, it's enhanced charges. Or like in certain cases right now, they're letting these people off the hook with dealing with little children. They gave them enhanced charges of a person under 13. There's this many amount of charges, extra years that go into it. If you're 15, there's this amount of charges going with it. So it's like if you want to get rid of all that, then that means you're going to depend on these people doing the minimal amount of time across the board. And it's like, no, there needs to be certain designations. It's just like, when there's a crime against somebody who's disabled, for instance, there's enhanced charges for that. So we should be against enhanced charges because it overcharges a person. Because I'm like, hey man, listen, there's a guaranteed way for you not to get these enhanced charges, not do the damn crime.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, but it's
Let's
not like
see.
during the drug era where there was cocaine and crack cocaine was sentencing differently based on that, right? It ain't that sort of equality that they're worried about, right? So yeah, I really don't even listen to conservatives when it comes to issues with law and justice, because they just don't understand the concept of equal protection under the law, and there need to be enhanced charges for cases. They just don't understand.
Well,
Because,
basically targeting based on protected class. It's really just a way conservatives negate or ignore. They basically want to say, well, hey, if you kill a black man because he doesn't belong in this neighborhood, well, he's dead, just like some white man would be killed. In my opinion, it's really just a way of denying American history. Okay, blacks have been targeted for centuries in pre-America and America. Okay, and if we keep saying, hey, look, killing a black man because of his skin color is more heinous, we keep saying, well, hey, race matters in America. It's just these people think that if we just forget race exists, which is impossible in this country, but if we ignore it, it'll go away. So many people more or less say that. It is just like denying the reality of how America came to be America and how we got from 1776 to 2026. This country is intrinsically racist in its culture, and people want to act like it's not, and I think that's ridiculous.
Yeah, I just dismissed them as soon as they try to come with that type of nonsense. I just dismissed them immediately, because none of these people ever have a historical context about what's going on. They're just like, well, I just don't like it. Why? There's historical context here. I don't want to acknowledge it. Okay, so it's just going to go away on its own? Right. Okay. No.
All right. Well, we'll watch a little bit more of this. There was something that Dawn wanted me to watch. And I guess I'll have to go back to my emails to find it.
Which is a historically black university, admits that between 1882 and 1968, more than, and this is according to their tally, more than 27% of lynching victims were white. Now, if lynching...
Okay, so first of all, we cut off the period where most of the worst anti-black violence happened, which is in the 2 decades after the American Civil War during Reconstruction. So we're going to start at 1882, which is a very convenient date to do that. But you're still saying that 73% of people who were the victims of racial violence are black.
Was a form of racial violence, then why would a significant percentage of the victims be white? The answer is that historically, lynching was a form of mob justice. In the vast majority of cases, the victim, white or black, or any race, was accused of committing a serious crime. Now, often...
Okay, what is the context of this in terms of, I mean, now what it sounds like you're doing is you're making a direct connection between Emmett Till's murder and the justification of lynching, which is, well, they were a criminal anyway.
Oh, there it is. Hold on one sec here.
This is really disturbing to me that this is a part of the context of this video.
We can't know exactly how often, but they were indeed guilty of committing the crime.
Okay, so listen, Mister, I've got a Cairo on my arm, which represents Jesus Christ. Are we now going to justify mob violence rather than due process?
Right. Yeah, that's exactly what he's doing.
Using the law appropriately? Is that where we're going with this now?
Important point is that lynching was not an exclusively racial form of violence.
No, it wasn't. But it was an overwhelmingly racial form of violence in the context of the post-Civil War South. Yes. Was there a lot of lynching, especially out west, of white people? Yeah. By other white people? Yeah.
Had nothing to do with race at all. I mean, we can confidently say that most of the 27% of white victims, assuming that percentage is not an undercount, which is a very massive assumption, but we can assume that they were not lynched for racial reasons.
No, they weren't. But we can assume that the majority of blacks who were lynched by white mobs in the South, that there definitely was a racial component. Both things can be true at the same time. Don't tell me that because the 27% of people who faced lynching were white weren't because of race, that therefore means that all of the 73% who were non-white were also not because of race. That is not, I mean, critical thinking skills, folks. Come on. Critical thinking here.
Does it make sense then to assume that every black victim was lynched for racial reasons?
Not every, but here's what we're doing now. I'm going to bring in the Bible a little bit.
Oh, excuse me. Sorry for the coughing. Oh, the coughing here. That's what the 3.5 million subscribers largely lack. The 3.5 million subscribers to Matt Walsh who'll see this. This critical thinking skills are essential when you deal with a Matt Walsh, if you're going to give him the time of day, which, as I said, I don't even subscribe to his channel. He has lost so much credibility that I don't like. If I see Matt Walsh, I don't know, like a video, because some of his videos will probably wind up popping up in my algorithm. Unless the title is just so provocative, dude, I'm just going to ignore it. Let's see here.
There's the story in the book of Genesis where you have Satan tempting Adam and Eve, right? Or tempting Eve. And he says to her, did God really say you can't eat from any tree in the garden? Well, no. What God said was you can't eat from this one tree in the garden. But he reframed the question to make it sound like God was saying something he didn't. So what he's saying here is, were every black person who was lynched, was it because of race? No. That doesn't mean that most cases weren't race. Like, what are you trying to accomplish here?
Of course it doesn't. In a certain significant percent of cases, they were lynched for the same reason whites were lynched, because they had committed or were accused of committing a crime.
Not okay. Doesn't make it okay. Well, okay, so they committed a crime, therefore they deserved for a mob to break in and murder them before they could have a trial to see whether or not they were even guilty.
And lynching was not invented in 1882, by the way. It had been used all through the early history of the United States and before that. It happened during colonial times, too. We don't have any data, as far as I could find, on the racial makeup of the victims in the early 19th century and prior to that. But there is good reason to suspect that a large number of them, perhaps even a majority, perhaps even a large majority.
So he's making all kinds of assumptions. Well, we don't have the data, but we can assume that presents what he wants to be true in this case. Let's go with the facts and let's get down to the bottom of the evidence, has no problem just speculating about everything here.
We're white. And this wasn't just mob justice. Sometimes it was. Sometimes mobs of angry townsfolk banded together to kill some alleged wrongdoer. And sometimes they
I hope you're never alleged to have done something you didn't do, because you're making an argument here for people taking matters into their own hands.
Even though they had a court system and jails that could have brought the alleged criminal to justice in a civilized and constitutional way. But sometimes lynching was less a case of mob justice and more a case of frontier justice. Large swaths of the American territory through much of its early history didn't really have a functioning court system. So there wasn't much you could do with murderers, rapists, and
Show me examples of large swaths of people being executed in context of places and times where there was no functioning court system. Show me that evidence.
Thieves in those cases, but execute.
Well, let me also say this. I will hear people like Be Brave and just all these people talking about how civilized CT's a good example. How civilized, white people are compared to black people. How, the prairie civilization was brought to the prairie. Matt Walsh is literally sitting here saying that sometimes people couldn't wait for justice. They just take you out and hang your ass. Where's the civilized behavior there? And I'm just going to go right out on the limb. White people have just Europeans. Let's not even call them white. Dude, so much death, destruction, genocide, and everything else. Do people actually understand how destructive Western civilization has been these many centuries? I don't have the numbers, but I'm just gonna, think about all the history I've read, from 1st to 12th grade and beyond. Dude, I don't think Africans have killed as many people as Europeans have.
Nowhere close.
Nowhere close. If they have, I'd love to see evidence of it. White
Especially
people
when you count like
have,
World War II. Come on, man.
dude, it's like Africans didn't start World War II or the Civil War. But when I hear these morons talking about how the white man is civilized, just because you raise your pinky sipping tea. And what's worse is when I hear black people talk like that. John Galt, CT, Ock Nation. It's disgusting.
Them quickly, and sometimes they would leave their bodies hanging from a tree as a warning to anyone who might think of committing similar crimes.
Now you're just making up anecdotal stories without presenting any facts. If you're going to make an argument like that, especially in the context of a video about what happened to Emmett Till, bring receipts.
It was brutal and ugly, but sometimes brutal and ugly options were the only ones available.
No, they weren't.
Maybe you can think of a better way to deal with like a murderer if you're living in a frontier town and there's no court system and no jail, and you've got someone who just murdered someone or is a rapist. What are you supposed to do?
How do you know they murdered someone or they're a rapist without due process, without a functioning court system? You're just going to assume it's true because someone said so, like a woman in a store saying, this is what he did to me?
Again, we have a story that is much more complicated than the one told today by the media and the education system. Lynchings happened for hundreds of years.
There's nothing complicated about what happened to Emmett Till. Nothing complicated about it.
A huge number of them had nothing to do with race. Some of them were actually justified.
Here's a bunch of other stories that have nothing to do with this specific account that we're talking about that I can use to maybe try and explain why this did not happen the way you think it did. Come on.
Necessary. Some of them were not. Some of them were racial killings. Some of them were not. We can't possibly know what the percentages look like. We can
know that Emmett Till's case was 100% because he was a 14-year-old black kid who was considered to have way overstepped his bounds with a white woman, regardless of what did or did not happen. And the evidence by all of the eyewitnesses say she was lying. There's no person, nothing I saw in any of the FBI investigations that indicate that her version of events was very true.
Now, I want to ask this question to nobody in particular. How is Matt Walsh doing a good faith argument here? If he's not mentioning the woman never confessed, but there are actual eyewitnesses in that same FBI investigation saying she
verify
was
what
lying.
happened.
Yeah. So
it wasn't just based on her.
So what exactly has Matt Walsh refuted other than she confessed? He has that's literally the only thing he's been right about. So don't talk to me about good faith and hearing someone out if their name is Matt Walsh. and Matt Walsh is kind of a common name. Let's just talk about this Matt Walsh. I'm not giving him the benefit of the doubt. I'm not going to hear him out. So he has literally one little narrow thing he refuted successfully. The rest
This
of it,
person
he
wanted to
lied by
whitewash
omission.
lynching.
Yeah. This dude is a despicable YouTube or content creator. And the people who like eat this stuff up are despicable as well.
Despicable him.
Verified by
It's like, dude, where is your critical thinking?
anyone else. The only people who were present say, no, what she said happened isn't what happened.
Get down into a pie chart. And so instead, the popular narrative has simplified the pie so that the racial killings are the whole pie. And now lynching has
And now
become
you're trying to imply that they weren't any of the pie.
a symbol of anti-Black racism. But historically, the concept of lynching did not have that automatic racial connotation. It's only relative.
Sure, if you're looking at places and times outside of the Jim Crow South, you can say, you know what, historically, lynching hasn't always been like it was there. You know what? Historically, America's wars haven't always been about civil wars. Historically, we fought against other countries. But you know what? From 1861 to 1865, we fought a civil war in which the North fought against the South, right? Historically, there are times and places where lynching had nothing to do with racism. In the post-war South, 1865 to the 1960s, up to 1981, in that context, lynching very often was racially motivated.
Recently, that the noose has become this like racially charged symbol.
No, that's not recent.
But it should tell you something that literally every prominent case of a racist noose being left somewhere to intimidate Black people at any point this century has turned out to be a hoax. All of them have been hoaxes.
I don't know all of the details of every situation, but I can think of a few prominent ones. There was the one with the NASCAR thing. There was the Smollett.
I mean, how can you call intimidation a hoax? Or, I mean, what does hoax even have to do with intimidation in context?
What
Okay,
do you
we
mean that
all
nobody was
know.
prosecuted? Yeah.
Exactly. Look, people seem to find me odd when I say, look, even if you use a word like ninja, we all know what it means, and I'm just going to ban it. Why? Well, we know it is basically masking an underlying racial epithet. I don't care if it's a different word or spelled differently. It's literally the connotation that I'm going to ban. And I don't claim to be that kind of free speech platform. You know, there are plenty other places you can go to display your racist attitudes. It doesn't need to be here. And just, you know, this is a little bit of editorializing, but when I hear someone like a Ryan Bardwell or, you know, pretty much anyone like him, when I hear that, you know, oh, Stanley, you know, generally you only have 6 people in your chat. Well, those are 6 people who actually understand that, you know what, this racial shit that happens on YouTube can happen on other channels. Enjoy your free speech over on CT's channel, where if you typed NIGGER, the only reason he might get mad is because YouTube might get mad. You know, if YouTube allowed it, he'd allow it. So I will keep the 6 people who realize that you can actually, you know, deal with politics and culture and all that stuff without, you know, just being so blatantly racist.
Case, yes, those were absolutely hoaxes.
And maybe that should tell you something. one of the most powerful scenes for my money in the miniseries Lonesome Dove, one of the great pieces of, of television or film ever made. But one of the most powerful scenes is when Tommy Lee Jones's character lynches a group of thieves and murderers, including one of them who was a former friend. All of them were white. Now, it's fiction, obviously.
And guess what that makes his character? A murderer, because he did that extrajudicially. Didn't have the authority to do that.
Yeah, Matt Walsh is just really just weak.
Yeah.
And I actually went and Googled him. He doesn't I'm sorry. Yeah, I Googled him, and then his Wikipedia page doesn't talk about his education, which I'll just assume he never went to college. Which isn't, it really doesn't
No, I think
matter.
he has education. Come on.
Does he?
Yeah, I don't think he's just some yokel, dude.
No, I think he's ignorant as fuck. I've known people who, like Hemingway, never went to college, but for some reason or another, and let's just talk about his writing, not his attitudes, because he was problematic too. But look, I can tell this dude has never been taught to think critically. Okay, because I don't know how you could sit there and do a 20-minute video and really not make any headway other than say, hey, she didn't actually confess. Everything else he was wrong about, or he couldn't refute.
I mean, the whole video
I don't
was
get
wrong.
it.
His premise was wrong. What they do is they step through the conversation and they just lay all this, what they think is reasonable doubt when it's actually, pretty specific lying about history and lying about what happened and lying that there were witnesses and lying about the actual what lynching is or was, and lying about there wasn't a court system. He's just muddying up the water so that way, oh, well, you know what? If anyone lynched, everyone's lynched. Lynch. No, I can't with that.
Well, I think the other thing, and this is, not specific, but kind of a MAGA theme where, hey, don't listen to the historians, don't listen to the lawyers. Let's just distrust expertise. If Matt Walsh isn't an expert, but I trust him. Don't listen to the historians. Don't listen to the FBI. It's really, MAGA is basically, I won't say, because America has been, problematic with its education system. I think that MAGA is just like the icing on a cake. And I'm gonna be honest, unless there's a concerted effort, I think that MAGA is possibly just another nail in the coffin. I don't see a whole lot of a groundswell to get Trump out of office and be past this. There are plenty of people who actually think that, Trump was needed and he needs to complete the job. And, I kind of feel, I think my son will be okay, but I kind of worry about my grandkids, dude. I see people like Matt Walsh. There's nothing about Matt Walsh that is merit-based. I don't see Matt Walsh as successful in the meritocracy. He just spews this bullshit, and there are people of his ilk who buy into it. Damn the experts. I like what Matt Walsh is saying. I like the cut of his jib.
That did it outside of the scope of the law. You want another powerful scene? Watch The Free State of Jones and watch the portrayal of the post-war South. There's a scene for you.
Well, The Free State of Jones is, even though it's a movie and fiction and all that, there actually was a Free State of Jones.
All right, we're going to wrap it up right there. Just as I said several times throughout the video, let's just remember that when we are trying to present a fresh look at something, and I'm not opposed to the idea of taking a deeper dive into some of these topics that have had a traditional narrative to see if there might be more to it. But let's not swing so far to the other side that we give ammunition to people who want to try and claim something pretty awful, which I'm left feeling from this story. So I don't really have any more to add than that. The only thing I ask is that as we discuss this stuff, let's keep it civil. Let's disagree.
Well, here's a deal. This is a conservative, like a Republican, he describes himself again as a centrist, center of right Republican who's just going no more. And where are they in my audience going no more? I personally, if I see something that says Matt Walsh talked about it, I am more than likely not going to even pay it that much attention. So let's see, where am I time-wise? I'm at almost 4 hours. I hope Dawn sees this on a replay. She sent it to me. She found it overnight and sent it to me via email earlier this morning. And this is Joy DeGroy, and I hope I pronounce her name right. I haven't heard her pronounce it. But it's called Post-Traumatic Slave Syndrome Full Lecture. And I more or less know what post-traumatic slave syndrome is. It's, somewhere in the neighborhood of epigenetics, which it makes sense, but I'm not sure how much sense it makes. But it was recommended to me, so I'll watch it. And on that note, everyone, please make sure you hit the like button. If you're new to the show, please make sure you subscribe to the show, especially if you're on a replay. I could use the subs and the likes and stuff like that. Support the show by supporting the host. And I want to thank one last time the folks who supported yesterday's show. Brooklyn, CKJ3, Dirty Dude, and 12th Man. And let's go ahead and thank our executive producers. Brooklyn Watson again, the CKJ3 again, Lupin Writing, and Speak Radio. So we will be starting a new week tomorrow. We'll be back to the old grind of news and politics. But I do want to show this as it was recommended by one of our colleagues, Dawn. Let's see here. Get this all lined up. There we go. So let's see what she's got to say.
The theory very often, when people hear it, post-traumatic slave syndrome, I try to kind of get at kind of what's going on in the room. There's ambivalence, there's feelings of, what? Come on now. What are we saying now about the slavery thing? It's over. It's get over it. We're done. We have that kind of feeling. And how possibly is she drawing a connection between something that happened so long ago in contemporary society? Come on, are you trying to find an excuse? Are you trying to blame people? These are the natural kind of knee-jerk reactions to hearing the term post-traumatic slave syndrome. However, I would submit to you that, it's based on research. So I did about 6 years of research specifically looking at violence my area of focus is violence. And I'll cover that in my, my PowerPoint. Also, some of you may not be able to see points of the PowerPoint, but we're gonna make it available to you. So you don't have to worry about it. There's a website where you'll be able to download my PowerPoint. Isn't that correct? Did I say that right? Okay, so that part you don't have to worry about. But I kind of want to set the ground so that we can all advance and move forward together. Now, the reason I do that and the reason why I began that way is because there's an assumption, a fundamental assumption in a room this size with people very well educated, people very well exposed, that we're all entering this discussion at the same level. And we are not. I can guarantee you we are not. We all have our ideas and our beliefs, and then we all have our experience. For example, the people of color that are in the room, all the people of color that are in this room are arriving in this room at a different level because they have lived in this skin. And we're rarely given any kind of appreciation or understanding of what you have to live with walking through the world with this skin. So you kind of come in at a different level of awareness about the discussion. And then you have folks that come into this discussion that are educated around it, that are clear about it, but can't really empathize their way through it. In other words, it's not a feeling thing, it's a cerebral thing. So some people stay intellectual because that's a level of comfort, nothing wrong with that. But very different from the person who lives in the skin. It is personal and it is emotional. Okay, so all of that's going on in this room even before we get started. But as people committed, you know, it may get a bit uncomfortable, but that's okay because it's been uncomfortable living in this skin. It's been uncomfortable. And we have to learn how to deal with that discomfort and stay in the room. So when we look at the fundamental premise of trauma and we understand the nature of trauma, we know that there have been other groups that we've looked at the etiology of of contemporary behavior based on multi-generational trauma. One group, Jewish Holocaust, families of Jewish Holocaust, and the fact that the Jewish community is very, very clear about honoring that Holocaust. So much so that Spielberg will probably make another movie. And I'm not mad at him, because what he's doing is ensuring that the generations that come will never forget the Holocaust and its impact upon Jewish people. You'll look at folks throughout the world, even Aboriginal folks in the United States, where more focus is being done on what colonialism has done. We've looked at Japanese internment. We've looked at Australian Aboriginal folks. We've looked at multi-generational impact of trauma on people who have had tragedies like the tsunami victims. We'll look at everybody, but when it comes to looking at Africans, there's a visceral response. Oh, come on, let's not, why are you? And it's a curious thing as a social scientist to me, that you get so much pushback when you talk about Africa. And we look at the legacy of slavery. You get so much pushback, but more importantly is why do you get the pushback? See, as a social scientist, I'm less concerned with the material, which I'm clear about. I'm more interested in why the behavior. Why is there such reticence at looking at this issue? And the answer is, when you peel back the layers of this, we peel back everybody's layers. Everyone gets naked in this room, and that's not always comfortable. It's also very comfortable to talk about the other's pathology. And the reason why I think that becomes important is so that when we begin to engage in this discussion, we don't find ourselves falling victim to the fear, guilt, all of that stuff that's not useful to anyone. It's not useful. This means we're going to peel the layers back. And while 246 years, as it were, in American history of American chattel slavery, starting with 1619 to the ratification of the 13th Amendment in the United States, we're looking at 246 years of American chattel slavery. And it's very comfortable. And I think to some degree, people can say, you can't have 246 years of trauma and expect that nothing happened, especially when that trauma was followed by more trauma, especially given the fact that there was never a point of healing. Not difficult to do the math here. This is not deep and philosophical. It really makes sense. But you know what else is true? You can't have 246 years of folks engaged in a traumatic experience that were white that went unaffected. That means everybody has been affected and infected by this thing. So that's the part that gets uncomfortable, because it's usually okay to look at the other. We're going to look at everybody. This is going to be one where we really show the elephant in the room, and only for the purposes of recognizing that unless we do so, none of us can heal. This is not a process that any of us can do individually by ourselves. This is a collective process. And so therefore, we're all going to be engaged. And it's not just a pointing of fingers at anyone. It's recognizing that you and I, all of us, have been impacted by historical multi-generational trauma. Now, let's look at it very specifically. When we look at trauma in its very, clinical sense, my background, clinical psychology, understanding what trauma is, people can experience a single trauma, one trauma, indirectly, meaning that they didn't have to be present for the direct trauma. Meaning, say, for example, you all heard about 9/11 and taking down the buildings in New York, right? Yes? 9/11. Everybody in the world got told about that. Matter of fact, I think everybody in America got diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder as a result of that. But I would submit to you, we were traumatized long before that. But there were individuals that were at ground zero, and I know them. My niece was in one of the buildings. So she decided, while she was in one of the buildings, they kept telling her, just stay where you are. They kept saying, stay where you are. We think people should stay where they are. She said, and everything in her mind said, get out. So she got out. Matter of fact, she leapt over the security guard to get out of the building. And it's a good thing she did. But during that time, there were people at ground zero, for example, like my niece. And there were people who watched it on television. And then there were people in other countries who heard about it. So there are varying levels of understanding around this trauma that happened in the United States. There were people at ground zero, were there, saw folks falling out the sky, got videotape footage of it, watched it on television, invited folks over and drank beer. Not trying.
Clarice, an interesting point. Epigenetics, and I haven't, I kind of know what it is. I haven't really done a whole bunch of follow-up, but I don't know. We have been looking for IQ, like biological or genetic. How does IQ work, or actually, how does general intelligence work? It's pretty well established that, say two smart parents are more likely to produce smarter than average children, for instance. But something like this, the idea of epigenetics or post-slavery traumatic syndrome, it's a lot. To me, it seems more likely that, something like that actually does exist. And the reason I think that is, you've heard the term, the cycle of poverty, how, the children of parents in poverty are way more likely to wind up in poverty themselves. It may be even more a nurture thing, but I don't actually know why this sort of stuff isn't given. Well, actually, I do know why it's not given much credence, but it seems as plausible as general intelligence, and as far as validity, is general intelligence measured by IQ. They're both kind of nebulous, and so far haven't been proven definitively.
Traumatized. No trauma. There were people in maybe in another country, in Brazil, saw it on television, in psychotherapy right now, can't get on planes, on medication, and people talk softly to him twice a week. So the variance in terms of those who are traumatized by a traumatic event and those who are not, we're unique as individuals. Everybody's not traumatized by a traumatic event, whether it's direct or not. But when we start talking about chattel slavery, we're not talking about one trauma. We're not talking about a specific event. We're talking about generations of trauma with no intervention. Based on what I know about sugar plantations, tobacco, and the Caribbean, what I know about American chattel slavery and the plantations there, does anyone right now ever recall mental health assistance to slaves? Anybody remember sending in the therapist after I sold off your son, daughter, raped folks? At any point? Never. Second question, after slavery was officially over, now you're free. Anybody remember any therapy then? We know it's been rough, it's been deep for you, it's been difficult. We're gonna do a little group therapy. Anybody remember that? That would be no. Number 3, after slavery officially ended, both in the States, in the Caribbean, the British ended, do you remember whether or not?
Well, I'm going to say this, though. It's not like any of that was available. I'm not sure. I can agree with even asking these questions. No, I'm sure maybe it's hyperbolic or something, but it's not like these, resources were even invented yet.
Trauma continued. Did the trauma continue for people of African descent? I need to know. Okay, so now let's do the math. Hundreds of years of trauma, no treatment. Freed, more trauma, no treatment. What do you do the math? Do you think there may be residual impacts of that trauma? Of course there is. It didn't end, friends, and it hasn't ended yet. So I think on one point, African people and people of African descent are extremely resilient. Matter of fact, I think we're a miracle. Far be it for us to pathologize or to look and cast this idea of weak and sick people. Oh, on the contrary, I'm profoundly resilient because we've done everything we've done thus far with no help, with not even the ability to have this discussion. As though it were possible, we escaped injury in all those hundreds of years and the years that follow. So this kind of journey I'm going to take you on is going to be one that really gives a perspective on what this trauma was, what it looks like, and clinically, what is post-traumatic stress disorder? What does it look like? Now, let me give you a little snapshot. We'll get into it in more depth a little later. But post-traumatic stress disorder, if in fact you are diagnosed with that, again, remember, direct or indirect trauma, some of the symptoms. A feeling of foreshortened future. Now, what does that mean? A feeling, well, you're not going to live long. How many of you are running into young people that don't believe they're going to make it past their 20s? Feeling of foreshortened future, exaggerated startle response, outbursts of anger, difficulty falling or staying asleep, hypervigilance, right? These are symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder. This is like DSM stuff, Diagnostic Statistical Manual Mental Disorders. It's in there. And there's a whole listing of all these symptoms. Now, I want to roll it back so you can understand what the transmission theory is, because I'm going to talk about transmission. So how does a person that's been traumatized by post-traumatic, literally has a diagnosis of post-traumatic stress disorder, and can we, if we are logical and we are reasonable people, assume that a fair number of Africans had to have had post-traumatic stress disorder? You think? I'm not talking about us, I'm talking about them. Untreated though, right? Okay, so now let's do the math. Mom who saw dad sold or sister raped has post-traumatic stress disorder. Still mom though, right? Only mom now has outbursts of anger, feeling of foreshortened future, difficulty falling or staying asleep, hypervigilance. That would be mom. Now, Johnny or Mary or Shaquisha did not have the original trauma. But what are they learning? This is called social learning theory. What am I normalizing? Exaggerated startle response, outbursts of anger. Are you following me? So I didn't have to be traumatized. Now, the other thing is, do you think Johnny and Mary got traumatized too? Do you see? So what happens in your environment, you learn from the significant others in your environment. And if they're broken, guess what you're going to be? You're learning from broken people. And you're normalizing that behavior. And then it becomes, years later, 2008, that's their culture. That's just the way they are. That's their culture. So there's poison in the cookies, right? But how are you going to tease out that poison? That means you have to look at the etiology of the behavior, which is what I spent many years doing. And it's not rocket science. This is not deep. Like I said, this is not required that, someone has, it's just common sense. How many of you in the room think you can cook?
Well, hey.
Come on now. I know it's a strange place. You all have the oddest food in the world. I'm trying to tell you that now.
Well, Tamika, I'm glad to see you. Hit the link. You too, Frost. Frost, you got to get your phone fixed. I haven't been able to talk to you in a while. I'm not exactly sure how to help you with your phone. But I don't know. I'm sitting here watching this, and I am tempted just to let it watch it and save some of it for tomorrow. The main event was Matt Walsh, and I don't know. Hit the link, Tamika. If you're not going to, I'm seriously thinking about just wrapping this up because I smell dinner. My son actually cooked spaghetti, which I prepped, and I'm getting hungry. I'm sitting here sipping on Coors Light, but I think the smell is gonna overwhelm. Or you know what? I could probably actually find something a little bit more light. This post-traumatic slave syndrome is a little bit of a heavy topic. Let's see, what else do I have? Oh, you know what? I actually do know. Yesterday, I didn't get a chance to watch much of this channel called From Hood to Homestead. It's a fairly young black couple with an interesting history. Apparently, they both grew up in. I didn't know Stone Mountain, Georgia had a hood, but apparently it does. And now I think they're still in Georgia, out doing homesteading stuff. So that might be more suited to this late Sunday evening stuff. Let's see, where did I put it? Yeah, let's I think some of this stuff is kind of out of order. Let's watch these right quick. And these are I don't think they're in chronological order. Folks, hold on one sec. Sorry about that. Well, my wonderful son just brought me a bowl of pasta and spaghetti sauce, homemade, by the way. So guess I can go a little longer. So this is called setting up our daughter's RV on the farm. And again, this is a couple grew up in Stone Mountain, Georgia, I think. They say a hood in Stone Mountain, and it's been decades since I've been over in that area, though it's not too far from me. And he was in prison or something like that, and they have decided to make a change, I guess, once he got out of prison.
Hey y'all, so this is the day after we got my baby's RV home. So Larry and I are getting ready to level the RV so it can be well balanced. Amen, somebody. My daughter is at work right now and my bunny is at school. So me and her daddy making it do what it do. Okay, amen, somebody.
What we're gonna do is we're gonna try to level.
Oh wow, it's later than I thought it was.
It was dark, and it wasn't a perfect place. So I would advise you to just prepare the place before you get the RV. We got it.
Last minute.
I think this volume, you may have to turn up your volume.
Oh yeah, it's making it go up.
It's making it go up, but
Yeah, so, but this end need to be up though.
yeah. And what I'm gonna do is I need to jack up the front with my the hydraulic jacks I have, and I'm gonna have to take that end right there and pick that end up too. We need to take it because it's leaning this way.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna stand it up this way, but I gotta pick up this end and pick up that end. I'm gonna use my hydraulic jack to pick it up. Let me go get my hydraulic jack first.
Yeah, so we get ready to use some hydraulic jacks to jack up the RV. Okay. It's leaning this way. That side too high. Cause if you put brakes up on it, them tires gonna be off the ground.
I'm gonna jack it up a little bit more. These tires, I ain't gonna let these tires get off.
So now it look like even with that side now.
Yeah, but I'm gonna go on that side
and drag that one down right.
and let it down.
Frost, Stone Mountain's in DeKalb County, so I mean you might as well just call it Atlanta. It's definitely Metro Atlanta. It's less than an hour, but it just depends on what the traffic is. Depending on where you're coming from, you'll probably have to actually go through downtown Atlanta, and there's the rub. There's probably a bypass or something. As I said, it's been decades since I've been to Stone Mountain, and the last time I can remember going to it as a kid, it was from the south. I live a little bit north and west of Atlanta. I know I would have to go through Atlanta to get to Stone Mountain. So it's in the metro area. It's negligible, the time, from downtown to Stone Mountain.
Let it down.
Hey y'all, so we got it leveled. Okay. Amen, somebody. So now we get ready to open up the slides. We have one on this side and two on the other side. So let's see how this goes. Okay. Hopefully when Mia get off work and Sky get out of school, they can come in and start putting their stuff in their house. Okay. Yes, sir. Hold on, do something else. No, it's still coming. I think that you doing it? I think that's it. I think so. All right, you ready to let the living room out, y'all. Like butter. Nice. All right, now you gotta do that one.
All right, here we go. Let's see if this works.
Unless you hit. Here we go. Bailey like, what going on?
No,
Bailey took off. She said, what it is?
That's it.
Yeah. All right, y'all. Let me go look at the leveler. All right, y'all, we got it all set up. It's all ready to go. We're gonna sweep in there and clean up in there for her before she come. Well, it was already clean, but the move and pulling all the slides in made it a little junky, so we're gonna make it do what it do. Larry and I trying to figure out the radio situation. He said he got auxiliary in there.
Looking at this, see, like, they got a CD.
Me got that surround sound joint. Okay. All right, y'all, so we got it leveled. Praise God. Amen, somebody. We had to jack the back up, then jack the back down, jack the front up, then jack the front down, and let all the slides out. So she is good to go. Praise God. Y'all, this is truly, truly a blessing to be able to provide space, if nothing else, space for my child to raise her daughter. Okay, amen, somebody. Just, not just my daughter, family members, grandmama. And prayerfully one day we can have some more family. And prayerfully one day we can buy some more land and have more family. Or some of our family members can join in with us and we buy more property so we can have a bigger family compound. Okay, amen, somebody. But however the good Lord sees fit to make it happen, it's going to happen. Okay, amen, somebody. For our good and his glory. Okay, praise God. I pray that you have a blessed rest of the day. Go do something you have never done so that you can get something you have never gotten. And always give God his glory. Okay?
Y'all, I'm a little overdue.
So I got about 4 videos here. And pretty much once these 4 videos are done, I have to fold it up. I'm getting winded here, but this spaghetti is actually really good. Probably better than I could have made it. So there's that.
But I'm getting ready to try to burn this fill off. We did it last year and it was a success. So it's dry. I should have did it probably when we was really in the dry period, but let's see. I want to see if it'll burn, if we can get it to burn off, because sometimes it won't burn like you want it to. I got my tractor out here. I'm gonna see if we can get it to set a fire, then we'll go and cut our burn break in, but let's get it burning first. Let's see what we can do. And I'm gonna just ride around on the tractor and spread different little areas. But let's see, y'all. Many handmade work light. So Risa on the tractor doing the burn break, and I'm getting ready to set the fire because this stuff will burn. Let me get it going, y'all. We're gonna burn this field off today. Yep. It's burn day. All right, y'all. We burning. We burning it off. We've been in the burn back break, y'all, to keep the fire from jumping in. All right, so it's burning nice and slow. It's moving right along, so I'm cool with how it's moving. But we burn it off. Last year I burnt it off, and man, this was the greenest field. So right now we're trying to burn off all the dead grasses, all the trash grass, burn it out, and then come back. Last year I seeded, but as you see, it's a lot of goat poo, a lot of sheep poo out here. So that's great fertilizer for this thing, man. Yeah, so I'm just right now, got my tractor over there just in case it get out of control or try to jump. But it's burning nice and slow. It's burning nice and slow. Burning nice and slow, nice and slow. Yeah.
Nah, it's just slow. All right, y'all. So a lot of y'all follow me because, like all of us, we newbies. We ain't never did this before. One important thing you can do every year without fertilizing and planting seeds is to burn grass, burn off your old dead grass. We got like a 5 tornado right there. Look at that. Y'all see that? What is that, y'all? That's like a 5 tornado. I'm just sitting out here now, man, trying to make sure. It's like a fire tornado, man. Y'all ever seen something like that before? Look at that. That's crazy. I don't even know what you call that. Y'all almost done, y'all. It's burning slow. It's burning real slow, which I appreciate. Because last time I set this thing on fire, boy, this thing took off. This side over here pretty much almost done. But burning good, man. Nice and slow. Nice and slow. We still got a ways to go. But it's staying where it's supposed to stay. That's all that matters, you know? Staying right where it's supposed to stay. All right, y'all. We're getting close to the end. It's wrapping up now. She want to be in the video. Just go and say you want to be in the video. Just go ahead and say you want to be in the video. She want to be in the video, y'all. Look. But we wrapping up. We getting close to the end. Your hair gonna smell like smoke, girl. Yeah, I don't have no hair. But we almost there. I mean, it couldn't have went any better. Like, it's burning slow.
That looks cool.
Smooth. Look down the hill, we got it all burnt off, but now we got these last little bits, these remnants here.
Don't we have to do it like for over there?
Yeah, no, it's coming. Yeah, it's coming down through here. It's burning slow. Them ants, but them ant beds are resilient. Like them jokers are.
Bye-bye.
Nah, you can't burn them up. I tried.
You can't?
Nope. Dig them up, baby. Poison them.
How can you poison?
You don't feel all them bugs.
Yeah.
We done burnt up this doggone they habitat.
We need some bug spray on that, yeah.
All right, y'all, we almost there. Little bit left. Little bit left.
We're out here because what if it gets out of control?
Yeah, we don't want to let it get out of control, so we got the tractor. We don't want it to go on nobody's property.
Or we're gonna have to clean it up.
Yeah, so we out here with the tractor on standby, just in case we have to get crazy and put it out.
Ooh, why don't we make a s'mores?
I ain't making no s'mores in this. I'm just trying to make grass. Get some good grass. Is it gonna make you cry?
No.
Oh wow, what you sad about?
Don't it look like water?
Well, I can imagine. Yeah, I can see.
Just so everyone knows, Spain has won the World Cup.
How you think that? Yeah. A little bit more to go, y'all. All right, y'all.
This is going to be a real live goat rope.
That would be y'all putting up this morning.
Nah.
I like to check y'all out, on TikTok.
Yeah, I stopped posting on TikTok.
Yeah.
I
But
post.
matter of fact, y'all just came across it the other day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I post a little bit on TikTok, but not a lot. I stopped. Cause TikTok make you famous, man. It make you real famous.
Make you famous.
Mm-hmm. All right, so we down here today looking at some does, nannies, and he pulled me a good set of them right here that I'm thinking, I'm gonna put them in there and I'm gonna put that Savannah male on them and see what we can get out of these girls right here. Yeah, we're gonna get these girls. Absolutely. Yep. Yeah, he got 13 on them in there. Yeah. Yes.
Hey, Mike counted them twice. I hadn't counted them. That's what he says in
Yeah.
there. You only count on what you were looking for.
Yes, sir.
Me and Mike got up 13 this morning.
Okay.
Some of them have never been bred. There's 3 in there that already have one set of kids.
Okay.
And weaned them back in April of this year.
Okay.
Most of them are going to be either purebred Kiko, or either going to have some Savannah and Boer. Those red ones, I had a little red Boer several years ago, and their mamas, but every one of them that had kids kidded with no problem and everything.
Okay.
And it should make you a nice little set of nannies for what you're looking for.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Looks good.
Now, I got a lot bigger nannies, but they eat you out of the house and home. And you said you're trying to go to a program where you don't have to feed a whole lot.
Not a whole lot.
I tell you, these right here get about a half pound feeding.
Half pound. The man can drive. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and get them 13. All right, ladies. Time to come to the house. Y'all hear me? Get ready. Rob. I know.
Look here.
So you pick.
Hey, Mark. Ease back a little bit when you got your break.
You pick me out some good ones.
Yeah.
Good.
Just a little bit now. Just a little bit. Ho. Are you good to go?
Everybody coming in from the rain, y'all. I like that doggone trophy.
How many you want to put in the front?
Just if you can split them up in half, and just try to half them up so the weight be kind of distributed.
They ain't going nowhere. All right, let's go.
You would? Don't then put them all on that end.
Hey, girl, come on, girl. Get up there. We'll figure out what you want to do with you.
Nah, they good. He said don't split them up. Huh?
That's the worst something they ever made right there, money.
You're right. Cash.
You can chase it all your life, but you'll never catch up with it.
Yeah. You'll never own it.
You'll never catch up with it.
Yeah.
But we got to do something, don't get me wrong.
Yeah, to pay your bills and take care of yourself. Yeah, you're right about that. But you're right. You can't dedicate your life to chasing it. Yeah, absolutely. I agree. Because you're never going to find any happiness. Oh, I ain't even counting. Hold on.
This the host of this video, for some reason or another, kind of reminds me of Mike 123. I think Mike 123 would be a good goat farmer.
Yeah, I ain't even counting them, y'all. Yeah. One. Let's see. I know. You count 13 mil. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12. It's 13.
Get minerals because you don't have to worry about parasites.
Worms. Yeah. Yeah.
They're not friendly.
But you know.
There's 2 or 3 of them there. Like this one.
So the country store, but I made a quick trip. Filling up. Yup. And bam. What's up, y'all? I made the quick trip filling up, man. I got all these jokers in the back of this joker bag. Yeah. We got a closed turd now. Closed turd. It's a closed turd now. Absolutely. All right, y'all. All right. So we're getting ready to let them off. Can you stand over there, baby? We're getting ready to let them off. Just block that right there. And the goal is, I want y'all to see. So we bought good stock. We bought great stock goats, man. Investing in them. The oldest is 2 years old, and they right around 15 months. Bora, Kiko cross, Kiko, Savannah cross, some good goats. So I'm about to walk him out. I'm gonna walk them out, and then I'm gonna go walk Ace out. He going over in with E-Girl immediately. Because if he go over there with them immediately, we can have babies in February, the end of February, y'all. Well, let's go. Go over there. Go over there and hold that gate. Open. All the way open. There you go. Come on, ladies. Let's go, ladies. Come on. I'm trying to run out there. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. Let's go, ladies. Come on. Let's go. Come on. Let's go. Get on up. Come on. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. Let's go. Come on, y'all. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. Get the first one out. Shh, 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 shh. Come on. These are going to pack up right there. Come on, y'all. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. Let's go. Come on. Get on off. Get on off. No. Get on back. Let's go. One at a time. One at a time.
Oh, I see. Why is he talking English to me?
There they go. There they go. First one's off. Let's go. Come on. Let's go. Hold the gate. Keep gate open. I got it. There they go. So, I invested, y'all, in quality stuff. So, I'm about to go get Ace. I'm finna go get Ace. We'll put Ace in there with these girls. Put some water over in there. A mineral. They got a field. Where I got them from, they was on the dry lot. So, matter of fact, I'm finna walk on back here and get Ace right now.
Keep this open.
No, ma'am. Close it. I tell you. What we're gonna do is close and then we'll open, swing it wide in for him. I'm gonna go get this man. He going over in there with these girls immediately. Now this his little herd right here. He gonna have these girls. These are Bora, Kiko, Savannah. Good nannies, man. All that white, that's what I want to see. Big old thick girls. Big old thick girl. Look at them. Oh yeah. I feel like I did good with these. I feel like I did very good with these. But either one, we good. As long as he go through it. It don't matter to me. Get on. Get on, man. Go. There you go. There you go. All right. Close that, Reese. Close that. Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Tell her push it in, though. Yeah, swing it in. Let's go, man. Hey. Let's go, big guy. Let's go, big guy. Come on. Come on. Watch your back. Watch your back. Put him up there. Let him go to work. So this is what I bought him for right here. I paid good money for him. I did. So I'm looking for the results. And we want the results now. He here for a reason. Not just for show. Get on, man. Go. Go. Yeah, he's not here for show. Let's go. A whole herd of girls in there waiting on you. Got a whole bunch of them waiting on you. All right. Got a whole herd of girls. Well, hello. All right, so big man get a chance to go over there and get on that girl, them girls. This immediately. Hey, immediately. I ain't even waiting, y'all. You supposed to quarantine them or not, whatever. If something happened with him, something happened with him. But I need for him to get on them girls ASAP. Now big guy get a chance to show what he all about. I paid decent enough money for him. I feel like I was blessed with him. So now I have 13 females, 3 nannies, 10. Never have had babies before. Never kidded before. So I'm gonna leave him in his field with these girls until he breed every last one of them. We got the generator work. Is the Wi-Fi on? This will be back on in a minute.
This one's kind of interesting. I think they get like a military generator or something to provide power. So this, I believe, is the last video for the night. And I'll be following these folks. I've known about them, but I haven't really watched them that much. But they seem like great people and making a go of it. Hood to homesteading.
Yeah, it'll be back on in a minute. Okay. Yeah, it went down.
Yeah. Because I kept calling my dad and what worked.
Oh, yeah. I'm gonna Yeah, give me a second. It'll be back up in a minute. I got the what?
The egg that's back here.
Eggs? They probably need dough. Cut the lights off. What eggs?
She said she needs 1 pack of eggs.
This shit not more. Close it. Cut the light off. All right, guys, let me tell y'all what we got going on. We are currently in the process of testing the generator. So we had a couple of small tornadoes come through today and knock the power off for a pretty long time. And if you've been following me long enough, you saw us get this one and try to get it online. But this is 64K W. But we're gonna have to rewind it. We got this one first, and that one had to be repaired. Stacy repaired it for me. All right. But now I was always concerned if this one would run the whole place. And right now it's currently running the whole place. The only thing I see an issue is the temperature gauge is not working. The percentage of power went up. It's at 40% now. So that's working. That means they in there using it. But it's working, y'all. And this diesel military, I paid $1,700 for it. It took me another $500 to get it fixed. And he just showed me a buddy. He gave me a buddy pass on that and showed me some love. But it ain't 100% like I want it yet. But the fact that we got this thing running means so much. So what I'm gonna do is, I'm gonna service it, change the oil on this. We're gonna do new oil and let y'all. And I got it off a guy on Facebook Marketplace. He got it off a Gulf Clean, but he couldn't fix it. So I got a guy to fix it. It has three, I guess it's a 3 stick in 08. Right now it's only reading 459 hours, but we put a lot of that on here, testing it and running it, right? So it may be more, I'm not sure. I want to see if that's going to turn before 6. Yeah, I think I watched it before it turned. Let's see if it turns. It sounds pretty good though. It's running good. Oil pressure good. Tilt not right. The gauge not right. But this is good. It shows me that the power. We have 40%. 3 houses in an office running on 40%. So we still got a lot of van work. I'm not sure if that's working, y'all. I'm not sure if that's working. But I don't know. I'm gonna keep an eye on that. Because there may be more hours than you think that just ain't been working. You know what I mean? But overall, it's running pretty smooth. Sound good. That's showing as being used 40%. About 3 houses. I'm pretty sure my daughter in there cooking. My grandma probably cooking too. Huh? No. So it'll take a lot to match that out. And everything's sitting around. We're talking about the air conditioning on. Yeah. Now we ain't gonna run no heat strip, but the individual heaters in the house, that's okay. That ain't moving. I'm trying to pay attention to that, see if it'll turn on. It's flicking, but I don't see it move. But I want to see it flick over to 460. But that's hours. We ain't ready no hour yet. But it's ticking. I don't know if those minutes or seconds. It's ticking. But it sounds good though. It sounds really good. But yeah, that's what we're doing, guys. My military generator I picked up last year off Facebook Marketplace. A guy had it. He bought it off Gulf Planet. Gave up on it because he couldn't get it to fix, get it work. And my plan was to have something that can run my place that they ain't have to spin an arm and a leg for. Now this is diesel, so I'm not partial. The reason why, because I brought this big old 250-gallon propane tank out here to run that one. So once we get everything situated, we're gonna have to get that winded on the inside. It looks worse than what it is, y'all. It ain't bad. It came out of a chicken coop, but that's 64 kW. But that is 15, and that's running real well. So I'm surprised. I didn't know if that was gonna be able to handle it. But each leg kicking out 15 kW, Stacy. It's not. Okay. I figured it. I didn't figure the 15 kW can run all 3 houses.
Yeah, they running all the same time you could.
Right. But it's running them. Refrigerators.
Yeah.
The heat. It's smooth. It ain't struggled yet. I ain't heard it like. running very smooth. It's running really smooth, guys. Yeah, it went up to 40%. I think somebody had something on in there, and they're back down to 20. But yeah, we putting it together, fellas and ladies, just to make sure we got this backup power. From here, man, my next big, well, I'm gonna get these running, but my next big purchase is gonna be some solar, man. And it ain't gonna be a lot, just enough to have power, enough to run refrigerators and stuff like that. But I'm gonna make sure everybody running everything and got all their power on. And if everybody got their power on, I'm happy. I mean, we talking about grandma house, everybody's house. And then right now, it's running it, and all we gotta do is put meal on a small generator and we good to go. And that's one less place that's running on this. So, oh man, we in the game. So we had a couple of small tornadoes come through in this town I'm in today. We was out of power for about 6, 7, 8 hours. And truthfully, we never really got the big generators online. So I had to call my man. He was like, man, I need your help me. So he came out and helped me up and running, got it going. The big generator. And when I mean big generator, I mean just gonna run every place out here, everything. And that's exactly what I needed. I don't want to keep going to each individual place, cutting on the generators in the middle of a storm. I just want to hook up one thing, fire it up, and get going. So that's what happened. So we're running right now on all generator power. Yeah, the whole place is running on generator power. Let's go check on the refrigerators. I haven't even came over here and checked on the refrigerators. This protecting the meat is so important, but I have a small generator that can protect this. That can protect these. So these are running, right? It's running, right? Protecting the food. All right. The light out, but it's running. All right. Mini split working in here, which is good. He said the only thing is just don't run everybody run heat strips. Basically, he talking about the heaters. So in here, same thing. Everything. We cut it on. Everything is on running. Man, you just don't know how this feels. This actually feels wonderful. To have my whole place running, to have grandmama up and running, to have Mia up and running. I'm gonna come over here and check her place. Everything? Yes. All right, oh my bad. Yeah. I just bust in, my fault. But then we're gonna have check in here. Inside my house, stove on, refrigerator on, generator doing what it's supposed to do, man. It's doing exactly what it's supposed to do, y'all. All right, man. I feel good about it. What I'm getting ready to do now is cut everybody's power back on. So I'm gonna just put that on Mia's house right there. That's a 12 kW. It'll run her place. We good to go. Not gonna be no issue. 12 kW, run her place. We good. So what we do is we come over here to the transfer switch. Hold on, y'all. So come to the transfer switch, and all you simply gotta do is go down in there, find that little switch right there. All right, so the house power just came off and went back on. Why this like this, y'all? I don't know where the screw at either. It's a screw that go in there. Gotta find that. All right, so that's on. And we're just gonna take everything down gracefully. Change the oil on the generator. We're gonna change the oil on the generator. I mean, that's the only thing I'm really wanting to do, change the oil, because the the doggone I mean, I don't have no problem starting up. The fuel filter is working right. It's just a diesel motor. Holding prime, come over here, do the same thing. What we're doing is just putting everything back on the main power. All right, back on the main power. Oh yeah, and go up there. Run on the same thing. And wind blowing, y'all.
It's not really that dangerous.
This ain't on
As
it,
long
right?
as you know what you're doing.
All right. Let's check the generator. I'm checking the generator to see if the hours move, right? So what we're gonna do next is fill this thing up with diesel and change the oil. And I'll be comfortable with that like it is because this thing is running. Oh yeah, y'all look. Yeah, that works. So it's truly only 460 hours on here. So let's go cut grandmama's back on, her main power back on. And that's it, man. We got our generator up and running. And I literally can take, in worst case scenario, if we can't get that big one running, just take that generator, dismount it there, and put it right there. We have enough to run what we need to run. You know, like for real. We can't run the heat at one time, but we can, you know, everybody run the heat at one time, but we can doggone the ACs are running and everything. So hey, we got it up and running, y'all. All right, let me cut grandma power on. All right, grandma power is on. And we are locked in. Next, we're gonna try to get all this stuff automated, and then who knows, down the line we may end up buying a bigger, more newer generator. I don't know, but I just don't want to feel how that felt this morning again, y'all. That was rough. So get her locked away, squared away, and I'm gonna be honest with y'all, man. That's it. That's it, man. I bought 2 generators year before last, right after Haleen, and my goal was to get both of these generators to work. One of them I wanted to be a mobile solution, and the other one I wanted to be more of a permanent solution, but I haven't been able to get it going yet because some issues that happened on the install, right? But everything is fine. We don't have any problems. This one is a Generac natural gas. It was converted to propane, and this the one I want to really get running. But I'm gonna take it in. I'm gonna be patient, and we'll go from there, guys. But the generator is doing well, and I don't have any problems. This was a great buy. 1,700. All right. It's down. All right. It's never perfect, but boy, it always is on time. So I'm blessed and highly favored.
I call myself a democratic socialist because I actually believe in this sort of more radical.
All right. Well, that's going to be it for the night. We'll actually watch this one tomorrow. So, what can I say? We had a good time. Basically denigrating Matt Walsh. But pretty much it. And we will get back to Joy DeGroy probably tomorrow, but we'll see. So I enjoyed it. Everyone have a good night. I will see you all tomorrow, probably around 4 o'clock or so, or 4:30. So everyone have a good Sunday night. Take it easy, Yeti. And Kim.
Yeah.
With all that we have given them, we should own perhaps at least one half of this asset. The revenues generated because of it.
Like philosopher.
And it's not it, just take out the Obama race part. Why the fuck is the president of the United States hosting cartoons?
Stanley walked tall with a paper bag brain. Quotes
well, I don't know what it was, but the thing is that if you ever go and you kind of read these people's biographies,
fearing his shoes, library brave.
Whew. The MAGA blacks, you get a bunch of MAGA blacks. That's what you get out of it, President. You get MAGA blacks who will put. I'm a drunk old man with a head shaped like a shroom. And then the other thing we've forgotten is brevity. That's the main lesson I learned today. And I know
I'm Stanley, bitch.